partner with businesses in order to advance student learning. Now, in our initial review of companies that we are working with, we identified 10,000 additional companies outside of Workforce Solutions across the system that we are working with. We had to take a step back and say, what do we mean by partnership? What do we mean by relationship? And what do we mean by partnership? So we're at a process here. I had really hoped to be able to share preliminary data with you all. I think I gave you that 10,000 number at our last meeting, but we really want to hone in on what partnership means. So relationship, more transactional in nature. These might be companies who are recruiting on Handshake, for example. You'll see in our later presentation in my points about our Handshake improvements since the last meeting that we have increased that number tremendously. But that, again, is more transactional in nature. It could be career fairs. The company is just showing up one time a year. There's not really a deep, meaningful relationship there. So we did a little bit of research. And again, as Dr. Ferguson mentioned yesterday, there is not a lot of precedent set in this area. This is something that many institutions are trying to understand. How do we both quantify and then qualify these types of relationships? And so what we have asked the colleges to do is to go back through those lists and really look at which of those companies have a common articulated goal that they are working towards together, that both sides understand a return on investment, and that mutual value proposition is clearly articulated at both the college and with the employer. So really what we hope to get from these revised lists is a picture of our deepest relationships with companies. I've shared with you all before that it's easier, and many of you all know this, with backgrounds in business and sales. It is much easier to deepen a relationship with an existing company than to cold call a new company and bring them into the fold. Now, I'm not indicating that we're not going to continue outreach into bringing new companies into partnerships with the colleges, but we need to know where we stand with some of these relationships so we can say, we see that, for example, if a company is more likely to engage in career fairs, it might be that mentorship would be the next step. How do we continually increase their level of engagement and get them to the place where they are investing in our colleges, working side by side with our educators to ensure that students have every opportunity in the world, not only to be successful during their academic programming, but post-graduation with an eye towards employment success. I do want to indicate that there have been a lot of recent studies published. There was one in the Harvard Business Review in collaboration with the American Association of Community Colleges called the Partnership Imperative. And there still persists a gap between how we as educators and institutions perceive our students' readiness to hit the ground running in the labor market and how employers feel in terms of the quality of the candidates that they're receiving from not only 2-year institutions, but also 4 years. And what we know is that the majority of the time, the gaps that exist aren't the technical gaps. It's the essential skills that we hear about all the time. It's the critical thinking, it's communication, it's problem solving. And so all of those elements really can be underscored with quality work-based learning, project-based learning, mentorship. And so we are really working on trying to figure out what is this formula for the deepest relationships that can help mitigate that gap and put our students in a position for better wages upon graduation and better quality jobs upon graduation. And Keith, will you let me know when our student pops on? Otherwise, we'll go ahead and go on to the next slide. Okay. I'm so excited to share an update with you all today on Education First Employers. We are very close to locking in a date for the press conference. We have a green-lighted collaboration with Team Kentucky with the governor's office, and the Education and Labor Cabinet is running point on this. I am hopeful that we have a date in late July, and you will all be invited to attend that press event. We currently have 37, so one more every day. I can't even keep up with it on my slides. 37 signed pledges from companies who are committing to becoming Education First employers. We did take a step back internally and say, in order for this to be successful, we need to ensure that our faculty and staff are aware of this opportunity. And so our marketing team worked very hard to produce an amazing video that I'll share with you here in just a moment to describe the value proposition, not necessarily for our businesses that we serve, because the value proposition, as you'll see in this video, is very clear to companies. But for our educators, what is the value proposition here for promoting this type of program? And so, Keith, if you'll go on to the next slide, and I'm going to step aside for a moment and we'll share the video.
Kentucky industries are growing, and Kentucky's workforce is ready for a new economic future. In recent years, the Commonwealth has seen the creation of more than 40,000 full-time jobs and more than $24 billion in investments. The future is looking strong, but Kentucky needs a strong workforce to support it. KCTCS is the #1 provider of workforce post-secondary education in the state. But we know innovation must occur to unlock the potential of Kentucky's workforce. In spring of 2023, 26.4% of KCTCS withdrawals cited employment and financial reasons as the catalyst for stopping their education. We are happy to introduce a strategy and a solution to help increase student enrollment and retention. Your students should not have to choose between working or pursuing education. Here's why. Every year, employers set aside tens of billions for tuition benefits programs, yet companies leave about half of their allocated tuition dollars on the table. A recent report from The Hill shows historical lows for community college enrollment, down 40% since 2010. There are an estimated 45 million individuals over the age of 25 in the United States with some college credit, but no degree. There are another 116 million American adults with a high school diploma, but no college degree. The Kentucky Chamber cites that as of June 2021, Kentucky had the 3rd lowest workforce participation rate in the nation. Enrollment strategies must adapt to the shifting landscape to attract students from a variety of demographics in the coming years, including those who may already be working or who are underemployed. Many students are forced to choose between working or pursuing their education. To meet growing economic demands, it is imperative that we consider strategies to upskill our existing workforce by providing clear and accessible pathways to earn while you learn. Changing demographics and population growth rate decline, coupled with shifts in hiring practices and vast economic opportunities, has the potential to further reduce enrollment in higher education. High school students now have the opportunity to go straight into jobs paying $15 to $20 an hour that require no post-secondary education. Moreover, population growth in Kentucky is no longer sufficient to replace the aging workforce. By 2030, there will be more adults than children in the U.S. for the first time in history. Many employers are beginning to eliminate degree requirements for jobs that historically required these credentials. Partnering with companies who do value educational attainment is a future-proofing strategy to maintain market share. We are proud to introduce Education First Employers, a student enrollment and retention strategy that will ensure prospective and current students do not have to choose between working or pursuing education, while positioning KCTCS to diversify enrollment. Education First Employers is a network of companies providing investments in lifelong learning and mutually beneficial partnerships with educators. Criteria for these companies includes offering tuition assistance, flexible scheduling, and partnering with our colleges to support learners through mentorship, participation in advisory committees, or assisting in faculty recruitment. Most importantly, these companies must offer wages that meet the region's living wage threshold. With access to this network, we hope to make learning and earning accessible for every Kentuckian. Currently, more than 30 companies have verbally committed to join the Education First Employer Network, and our colleges are regularly talking to qualified companies. KCTCS is also activating our community partners, local career centers, nonprofits, and school districts to ensure that key stakeholders are informed of this opportunity and can promote this to the clients or students they serve. By working together with the common goal of increasing educational access and student success, we are helping students to not only enroll, but complete their course of study while gaining relevant experience and ultimately elevating their post-graduation success.
Leveraging Education First has been critical from the perspective of being able to retain employees. The generations that come into our organization want to grow, they want to learn, they want to know that East and Westbrook Construction is going to play an active role in their development. I think it also helps our students, our employees, to learn great time management skills, because not only are they doing the work that we need them to do, but if you're in a college program, you are going to have homework, you're going to have assignments, and it's a matter of How do we fit all of that in while I still work a full-time job? Being a part of that experience with the community and technical college system has been invaluable.
To be an education first employer, we stand behind the time necessary to make sure that the employees can learn the process the way they're supposed to, that we're not pushing them into anything first before they're ready to. That's the best part about it, is we want to make sure that their education comes before their job until they're ready, and that they can use that to focus on getting themselves ready to begin the workforce, or even move beyond into further levels of education as well for themselves. As the job market becomes more and more difficult to find students that are eager to get into trades, which typically seem very undervalued and underappreciated, the schooling will help make people realize and see the value behind these positions and the opportunities that they offer for people to live the kind of life that they want and move wherever they need to. I mean, HVAC, or even plumbing and electrical are future-proof positions. They're always going to be necessary. So that's one thing that I think that's best about this, is making sure that students are able to see that opportunity that's out there.
The work that we do today and the work that we hope to do 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now, our work would not be possible in the healthcare industry without passionate, invested educators such as those at KCTCS. Our organization, even though our number one priority is to ensure that we're able to deliver high quality health services, another one of our priorities and another one of our focuses is ensuring that the students in our region have all of the resources that they need to be successful. We are continuously being innovative and creative to develop these partnerships, and the amazing work that we've been able to do over the last several years, assisting hundreds, if not thousands, of students throughout our market. That is being recognized, and that's being validated through becoming an education-first employer. And when it comes to wanting the absolute and very best for our employees, we have a responsibility to meet them on their journey, meet them where they're at, grab a hold of their hand, and help them down that journey of success and advancement.
Every day, more companies announce their commitment to higher education. It is our goal to proactively partner with these businesses to provide local educational opportunities for Kentuckians. A collective vision and strategic collaboration between industry and our community colleges can be a great benefit to all: faculty, staff, employers, our communities, and most importantly, our students. We anticipate to see enrollment impacts through the fall, and we will be engaging in strategic marketing efforts to promote this opportunity. By proactively connecting these student learners with companies in the Education First Network, we will support more students to persist to completion.
I have to give a shout out to our team that created that video. Chris Woosley and Kelly Heckman have worked tirelessly to put this together over the last few weeks. And just quickly, I want to ensure that you all see the connection between these initiatives that I'm sharing with you all today. With that asset map, we'll be able to identify which companies are close to meeting the qualifiers to becoming education first, and then strategically move them into that deeper level of investment. Now, the intersection here with Handshake that we're going to hear firsthand perspective of its impact here in just a moment. These jobs will be promoted on Handshake, and we're looking at how can we elevate those job opportunities by putting that Education First logo next to those positions that are available for our students on the Handshake platform. And so we're going to move quickly into hearing a little bit about the impacts of Handshake. And I have the pleasure of introducing our Executive Director of Workforce Talent Development, Tanel Sawyer. She has been leading the effort to launch Handshake. I'm proud to share that our goal in year one was implementation. We have 15 of the 16 colleges that are live. The last one is coming on and was not able to immediately begin as the other colleges did because of a pre-existing contract. So we've hit the target for year one, and we're working on targets for year two. But the firsthand impact of this is something that I think you guys are going to be very excited to hear about today. So Tanel, I will let you take the floor.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Jesse. And good morning, Regents. As Jesse mentioned, my name is Tanel Sawyer. I'm the Executive Director of Workforce Talent Development and have been leading the strategy for Handshake in the past fiscal year. As we know, Handshake is really meant to democratize access to opportunity and is the #1 job site for students to find jobs and work-based learning experience. Through research, we also know that the biggest obstacle for students in finding jobs is the job search process itself. Having a network to support that job search, and Handshake also helps to build that social capita and leveling the playing field for our students who may not have a network to help them to find jobs or have access to jobs or work-based learning experience, and helps them to build those professional network connections through real paid work experience. Handshake is different than other platforms such as Indeed because it is intentional to create that connection between students and employers who have raised their hand to say, we want to hire KCTCS students. And also those employers have been vetted and also accepted by the colleges. So there's no, there's no discrepancies in that relationship. And it's very intentional for our students and our employers. Long term, we'll be able to see hiring trends, industry trends, and student interest, and be able to fill those gaps to be able to make sure that we are actually making sure that we are actually, that's Zoom, making sure that we are actually filling those gaps for our students using the data that we get from Handshake and the trends that we're able to see for the student use and the employer use of Handshake. I'm excited today to introduce to you a Henderson student who has obtained a job, went to Henderson, obtained a job through Henderson, and has also since graduated. So just to give you a little background before I hand the floor over to Khalil Taliaferro. He came to Henderson from New Jersey. He moved to Morganfield and was a part of the Job Corps program. He received an office admin trade certificate and also a medical admin trade certificate as well. He enrolled at Henderson in 2020 and graduated last December with an associate's in science. He worked for Henderson, and then after graduation, started working at Deaconess Hospital and billing and as a customer relations specialist, and found that role through Handshake. So without further ado, the most important person in the room or the virtual room is Khalil, and I'm going to pass the floor over to you to introduce yourself, Khalil, anything that I may have missed in your bio, and then we'll ask you a few questions about your experience with Handshake.
Oh, no, you hit it straight on. Again, good morning, everyone. My name is Khalil Taliaferro, and I'm alumni of Henderson Community College and also a Job Corps graduate. Like she stated, I moved here. I relocated to Kentucky in 2018, and I've been living here since. I actually previously just moved to Evansville, Indiana, and yeah, I'm currently working for Deaconess, and I got this job through Handshake, and I also was helping promote Handshake at Henderson Community College with career services, Angie Watson. And that's kind of how I learned Handshake, the algorithm, how everything works. And it helped me further on my career for what I want to do.
Thank you, Khalil. So my first question was going to be, and you touched this a little bit, of how did you learn about Handshake and how are students learning about Handshake at Henderson?
So before I graduated, I would often go to Angie Watson, which is the career services coordinator. And I would always ask her, I was working at Dollar Tree at the moment. I would always ask her, is any jobs hiring? And I think at the time they had like a job board where they would just post, random roles and stuff. And then she introduced Handshake to me, told me to set up my account. She explained everything to me, how it's only for students and alumni, and how, it's kind of like a shortcut or like its own secret world of getting a job. So at first I was like, it just seems like another, why Handshake? I'm just always on Indeed. Why Handshake? So I decided to set up an account, did my 3 must-haves, all of that, location, interest, and I believe the other one, it's been a minute, I forgot the other 3 must-haves, sorry. But I set it up, I started looking through, and at first I was getting things in Alaska and California. And then once I narrowed my search and put my location and everything, I started noticing more jobs being added every day. And then actually I got hired on to career services as an assistant from Angie Watson, and started learning more about Handshake to push it to the students at my college. And yeah, that's how I learned about Handshake and how I used it.
Thank you. So in your experience with Handshake, how was your experience communicating with an employer, applying for the job, and getting an interview through Handshake?
It was great. Very, very fast, very quick than usual. Usually I have to reach out to the employer, call them, bug them, bother them. Handshake has a feature where you can just send a direct message, as long as there's a recruiter listed. And they get back to you. Like, they got back to me within like 24 hours. I remember before I applied for this job, I applied for like a hotel job, front desk. And they were new to Handshake. They didn't know much. I went to the interview, and I'm in a wheelchair. I'm in a manual wheelchair. So the guy was like, come in. It was Thanksgiving I applied, and literally he got back to me the next day. I had an interview. There were some roles, there were some duties that required me to go to the second floor. There was no elevator, so I decided not to take the job. But like I said, they were very responsive. The interview process was quick. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, you're doing a great job. How do you think Handshake could help other students? So you've went through this process. How do you think Handshake, from a scalable standpoint, could help other students more than just, a few or a couple? But how does this differ from Indeed, as well as how it can help other students?
Okay, transparent. This is my transparent opinion. I believe it's a two-way street. I believe that students need to engage. I often seen me and Miss Angie Watson will go to different classes, different courses, history, business, nursing, and students wouldn't really engage as much as they should. And this is just my opinion. I believe that if you're on there and you're looking and you're really looking for a job and you're applying yourself and you're taking all of the things that the 3 must-haves, setting up your profile, making sure it's complete. Once you do that, I think they get discouraged a little bit when they get on there and they see jobs far away. But the more you search in your area, the more you put in your interest, and if you want full-time, part-time internship, it will give you feedback, and jobs are joining every day. Now, with that two-way street, more employers need to be in these areas hiring for these entry-level jobs. In my opinion, some of the jobs, there's a lot of, in my area, there's a lot of registered nurse. And for the students, I believe at Henderson, we have a really big nursing group. A lot of them don't have their RNs yet. They're working on getting there. So they would get discouraged and, not look on Handshake. But yes, I believe it's very beneficial. I just believe that it's a two-way street, and there needs to be more engagement from the student side and just getting more employers in the area.
Absolutely. Thank you. Tell us about your new job. How has your experience been? Are you enjoying your new job?
Yes, it's very different from Henderson Community College, and I often catch myself saying I miss my old job sometimes, but no, it's great. Basically what I do, we work in the offsite building. A lot of people ask me, do you work at Deaconess Midtown, Gateway? And it's neither. It's actually, we do the billing in the offsite building. We do the billing for all Deaconess. So Gateway, Midtown, the clinics. We've recently took on a hospital in Southern Illinois. And basically what I do all day, I'm gonna just make it very plain and simple, is we get calls every day with people complaining about their medical bills. I'm looking at, explanation of benefits, coordination of benefits, telling people why this wasn't approved, why this wasn't paid for, setting people up with financial assistance, reviews. So yeah, that's my job from 7:55 to 4:30 in the afternoon, Monday through Friday. But I've had the benefit lately of working from home. So we have 6 weeks of training where we have someone with us, behind us, watching, typing, calling. And once we're comfortable enough, we have to take a test to skill out. And as long as we pass that test, we're approved to work from home. So again, with my injury and my lifestyle, I have an in-home physical therapist that comes. Some days I just work from home, but I still do go into the office.
Perfect. Thank you. So through your experience with Handshake, Indeed, and especially not being from Henderson, do you feel like Handshake allowed you to leverage relationships with employers that you may not have had before?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Absolutely. So, especially not being from Henderson and not necessarily having the network in Henderson that you might not have had if you were home in New Jersey, do you feel like Handshake was allowed you to leverage relationships with employers that you may not have had, especially Deaconess? I'm very familiar with Deaconess as well, of maybe just knocking on the door and not maybe knowing someone at Deaconess in order to obtain that job, but utilizing Handshake for that.
Yes, I do believe it did even the playing field, the battlefield. Like I said, usually I apply for Deaconess. I've been applying to Deaconess for over 2 years now, and I never really got any feedback, never got like any responses through email. And for some reason, once I applied through Handshake, it was like, I don't know if they were just on there looking, trying to like find a student as soon as possible, but I never got back. Nobody never at Deaconess got back to me as soon as they did without Handshake. So I would say it did. I would say it did, especially like you said, not being from here, not knowing anyone, especially Deaconess. You know, you kind of got to know someone sometimes to get in, I've heard. And yeah, Handshake definitely helped me out with that.
Absolutely. Thank you. I promise he was not paid to say anything that he mentioned. It is really good to hear you say that. And we've talked before, and I haven't even heard you say that. If you applied before Handshake, and through Handshake, you were able to get your foot in the door and obtain a job at Deaconess. So that's really great to hear. Are there any questions from the Board of Regents for Khalil? Seeing none, thank you so much, Khalil, for sharing your experience with Handshake. It is stories like yours that make our work so meaningful, and know that it's working. And I enjoy hearing that students are obtaining jobs through Handshake. We just launched fully. As Jesse mentioned, one of the colleges had contractual issues, but we launched all 15 colleges. Maybe March was the last one. So just knowing that students are already obtaining jobs through Handshake, and again, building their social capital and their network through Handshake specifically for our college students is always just great to hear. So thank you so much, Khalil, for being with us this morning. And thank you to the Board of Regents for allowing us to be with you this morning as well.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And Deaconess is an education first employer. So I think you all can see the correlation between these efforts and the impact firsthand. Going into year 2, we will be looking at increasing student utilization, but it's important to recognize that in order to do that, we need champions across the system, which is why the internal marketing is so tremendously important. We need to know that if a student's struggling in a class, often it's that faculty member who is their most trusted individual on campus. And I think our student regents can likely attest to that. They may not even recognize that career service is available for them. And so for our faculty and staff to be able to say, I see that you might be struggling in class. If a student comes back and says, well, I'm working 3 jobs and I'm struggling between putting food on the table and continuing my studies and finding the time to study, we need to know that that faculty member can say, hey, we have a network of education first employers that are offering pretty good wages that might allow you to have 1 job as opposed to 2 or 3. And you can find that job on Handshake, right? So this is how all of these intersections really work together to help improve our students' opportunities. The last piece that I want to note on Education First and Handshake is that we know that students often raise their hand and say, I'm interested in enrolling, but don't matriculate, whether that's at KCTCS or elsewhere. So we've got a few interesting potential pilots throughout the system where we may be working with National Student Clearinghouse or other data sources to identify students who said their rationale for not matriculating was due to employment or financial reasons, cost of education, or I found a job. And we'll be doing targeted outreach to connect with those students and say, hey, you may already be working, but we have this network available. Are you interested in learning more about our opportunities here at KCTCS to earn and learn simultaneously, truly positioning our system to be the premier destination for earning and learning simultaneously? I'll move through these next slides very quickly. So we have launched a career development task force to oversee the totality of this scope of work. You've heard about the intersections between these initiatives. We did a listening tour last summer with all of the career service divisions across the system. We have some tremendous best practices happening. You heard about the amazing work happening at Henderson through Khalil and his job there firsthand, and our amazing director there, Angie Watson. But we don't really have a full scope of what's happening in that portfolio of career services. So the first thing we're doing is an inventory to determine what's happening at the colleges and where are we seeing the strongest ROI. Because if we're spending hours and hours of staff time on coordinating a job fair, it may be that our constituents, our employer constituents, really enjoy going to that job fair each year, but they may not know about Handshake. And so we're trying to determine how much resource and investment is going into each of these different services. What could potentially be automated, such as resume writing assistance. We spend a lot of time on that. Coaching for interview prep. There are virtual options for that, but the real hands-on career exploration, connectivity, mentoring, those are areas where they involve deeper investment and deeper staff time, but they have a higher impact. So we're really trying to understand what we're offering and what the quantitative impact is for students related to each of those sort of tactical approaches within career services. Keith, we'll go on to the next one. You've already heard quite a bit about Handshake. Our year 2 goals are really going to focus on student adoption, increasing the number of students on Handshake. Since I last presented to you all, we have added over 7,000 employers and over 1,000 students across the system in order to encourage more students to sign up for Handshake. Like Khalil said, he was skeptical at first, right? And so that internal champion, that internal marketing, ensuring that all of our faculty and staff across the system can speak to this opportunity is going to be imperative to drive that student adoption rate. Next slide, please, Keith. And then lastly, our quarter-to-quarter comparison. As you all know, our trains budget was very low as a result of our amazing workforce solutions divisions across the system, selling more customized training projects for incumbent and new hires than ever before. We did have to make some modifications to our internal trains processes in January because we were very low on funding. I've explained to you all before that oftentimes these projects are written, they're developed, and not every course is delivered for a variety of different reasons. But historically, we have about a 25% return rate on the funds that we allocate that are not used in totality. Because of that historical return rate, we're able to allocate 15% over our annual trains budget, which is just above $4 million. And so as a result of that capacity to over allocate, as of last week, our budget was negative 20,000, but again, those funds will be returned. So we are still in a strong financial state. Our colleges modified the length of timeline on the project. They did not submit any projects that would start after the new fiscal year, as they often do, because when working with these companies, they don't follow a traditional semester schedule. But because of our colleges really committing to these new protocol, we were able to re-release some funds and continue offering trains. And we will be continuing to approve projects through the end of this fiscal year. And year to date, last year, our total projects were 240. Year to date, 244, and I think there's like another 20 in my inbox right now. So we are going to have a more successful year than we did last year, despite low funding. And I just want to call your attention to one key data point here. The total project cost going down. I don't like to see negative numbers. I like to see positive numbers. But that total project cost going down is a result of modifying our timeline from 12 months to 6 months. But look at our projected headcount. Our colleges are doing more with less. This is incredible. The team is incredible. Our headcount went up 24%, even with this low funding that we have. The other piece here, the new company and repeat companies, as you all might infer, that a new company can only be a new company once they're in our portfolio, they're now a repeat company. So while the new company and repeat companies are not as high as we've seen them in previous years, our portfolio is continuing to grow. And in FY22, our end of year new companies was 136. This year is 86 year to date. We're probably probably going to see that number hit about 100 new companies added to our portfolio this year when I present the annual report to you all in September. And repeat companies have already gone from 104 last year to 113, which is indicating that the new companies were added see the value in our customized training projects and are coming back to us as their trusted L&D, learning and development partner. And I think that is great news for us as a system. And so, Mr. Chair, that is my report. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Questions?
Quick comment,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jesse, thank you. I just want to commend your energy and your passion for what you're doing here. I love that you're continuing to think outside the box. I want to encourage you to continue to do that, continue to challenge the status quo, because what you're doing right now is one of the most important things that KCTCS can undertake. And I just want to commend the work that you've undertaken here and just keep going.
Thank you so much, Regent Girdler.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you all.
Next item on the agenda is a report from Hannah Rivera about the presidential search update. Hannah?
Thank you, Chair Stevens. I will make this brief. As you know, we are in the midst of a presidential search. We began working with consultants from the Association of Governing Boards in April. We have 2 consultants, and they are wonderful to work with. We have our search committee, which is co-chaired by Regent Stevens and Regent Witten, and we have had 2 meetings thus far. We had one in May and one on June 1st. We have, as of this week, developed a presidential profile for our leadership advertisement. The search is set to be public next Tuesday, June 20th. And so that profile will be put up there for interested applicants. We will have a KCTCS presidential search website in conjunction with AGB. Applicants will send their applications directly through the AGB portal. So our search consultants will receive those, and then they will give permission to our search committee members to access those. The search committee we'll look at those in August. We'll hold the search open for about 6 weeks. And then in August, the search committee will review those and bring forward 3 recommendations of final applicants to the full board for interviews. The search timeline is posted in Onboard, as is the leadership advertisement. I would urge you to take a look at that. I think that the committee has provided some feedback, but I have heard of no major changes to that leadership advertisement. So hopefully we can move forward and get that posted. And I just want to talk a little bit about how that leadership advertisement was developed. Our search consultants underwent extensive conversations with stakeholders around the state. They interviewed not only the regents themselves with one-on-one phone calls, they interviewed our college presidents, our CAOs, some government officials. They had, CPE conversations, conversations with people in the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce and Academic Council, the Foundation Board, our state and federal lobbyists. And in addition to that, we actually created a survey that we sent out system-wide to all faculty and staff. They received over 600 responses to that survey about what people want to see in our next president. So a lot of work went into developing this presidential profile, and I really appreciate the feedback that they received system-wide to help us determine who will be perfect for this next leadership position at KCTCS. That's it. And I would defer to our co-chairs, Stevens and Witten, if they have anything to add.
Down.
I'd just like to thank the search committee for all the hard work they've done. This has been no small undertaking and lots of quick meetings that everybody has to jump on and off. So I just really appreciate everyone's diligence.
To follow up, I can concur with that. I want to thank the search committee and all of the participants, the college presidents, the faculty and staff, and the citizens of the Commonwealth. So thank you all, and we'll keep you posted. Next item on the agenda is Dr. Ferguson.
Yes, sir. I was asked by the chair in between our last meeting and today, he wanted us to provide an update on emergency crisis planning and training. And so I wanted to provide a brief update to the Regents and others of where we are with that very solemn endeavor. It's something that keeps all of our administrators up at night, worrying about the safety and security of all of our faculty and staff. Yesterday, as you recall, we did have in our open comments period, a former employee at JCTC made some comments. She wrote also beyond those comments a letter that the Regents did receive that was provided to them. But to tell you where we are in making sure that we're doing the right things, the necessary things to ensure safety and security. This past year, it was fortuitous in a way because it actually preempted what did happen at JCTC. But our public safety group and the marketing peer team, they made crisis planning a training priority. So over the past year, they have been working on that. They also utilized learnings from the April JCTC incident to help enhance and build on current plans. Our marketing peer team, it's really complex. There are some things that you have materials that we provided you being updated, of course, but the crisis communication training and updating the crisis communication manual, which was provided to the Regents, it is being updated, but you want to see that. They all participated in a half-day training session. This was back in 22 and November, included tabletop exercises and incident command, system overview, crisis communication media training, and they're currently in the process of conducting regional crisis community training sessions for all college marketing personnel that are out there. A portion of the regional training session includes a breakdown of the JCTC shooting by the JCTC Public Relations Director. In addition to formal training sessions, the peer team is including a crisis communication exercise once a month during the peer team meeting. So every time they get together, they're having some sort of exercise related around crisis communication. In addition to the training, the team's focused on enhancing and updating the crisis communications manual, which goes in unison and in partnership with our emergency operation procedure manual, our EOP. The plan is very extensive, includes recommendations for handling 35 different crises, trying to be proactive in how we're going to orchestrate that communication. Emergency media procedures, emergency contacts, and the manual was recently put online to make it easier to access and to make changes. As far as emergency planning goes, our public safety group, which includes representation from across all of our colleges, actually worked together for considerations in the fall of 2022. These recommendations led to the creation of a policy ensuring that the crisis communication teams and emergency response ERT, also teams, were established at the colleges and system office. Training modules were created that can be broadcast across the entire system. Those include, I won't go into all of the details, but Incident Command Center, Basic Incident Command Center for initial responses, an introduction to the NIM system, National Incident Management System, and the National Response Framework on introduction. About 2 weeks ago, roughly 2 weeks ago, all of the folks that lead these efforts across at our colleges assembled in Versailles, and they had a safety conference. And part of that conference was a post-mortem of the incident that happened at JCTC so that we learn from that experience. JCTC did receive quite a bit of positive reaffirmation from the Louisville Metro Police Department and others. But in any situation, we did conduct a postmortem of that. There are always things that we can learn and ways that we can improve because nothing is ever perfect. So we continue to work on those things. Some other things, you do have these materials. I believe they're up on the screen for you, but Todd Gray, who is our Director of Safety and Emergency Services for the system, worked with the colleges to get a list of where they were in active shooter training. They were ironically encouraged last fall to make sure that we got on track with these things. They were occurring regularly, but then we had COVID. So that kind of changed everything. And then after that, but we were back on our regular rotation. If you look at this chart, I won't talk about each individual college, but all of them have had either active shooter training either in 2022 or in 2023, or it is scheduled in 2023. The system office had an emergency response training just, I believe, last week, and still trying to plan to work with KSP. If you're curious of the entities that we're working with to provide this training, it could be local law enforcement facilitated scenarios. That is one route that they're encouraged to use. Lecture, tabletop exercises. Todd Gray participates from the systems level at all those. We have one in Ashland just a few weeks ago. He came to Ashland, but it was really all of our first responders in the community that helped lead that discussion to make sure we're ready, work through, anticipated possibilities and challenges that might be there. And then functional full-scale exercises. We have a third-party partner in Centurion Solutions, LLC. They've been a partner of ours for some time, and just recently, unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to even read it because I got it right before I got in the car to come here, but they recently did an evaluation of our EOP from the system office perspective. That's important to our colleges because whatever suggestions are in there, I have not read them, but I'm sure there are suggestions of things we need to update or to change, does influence our colleges because all of the EOPs at the colleges are built off that basic template at the system office. So they're very similar. So the truth is, if you were visiting another campus and an incident would occur, if you were familiar with the EOP for the system, you should have the right knowledge to actively engage in the right way. So those things are happening. Other things I would love to let the board know. I did speak recently as part of every year, we set the priorities for internal audit. One of the priorities for internal audit this year and their sampling and the work they're going to do is going to be around safety and security. So everyone is aware that we're taking a hard look at that. We did have, as I mentioned, the assessment of the EOP for the system office, but subsequently we will share all of that information about ours with the colleges, and that way they can make appropriate adjustments for their EOPs. Some of them have wanted to reach out directly to Centurion Solutions to get them to evaluate theirs as well. Something that happens just process-wise, so you're aware, particularly at the system office of the colleges in new hire packets, new hire training, these things are addressed. And all employees, it is a condition of employment, and that's very severe, which means you have to complete this to maintain employment, go through active shooter training. It is a digital solutions that we have through a third party, Red Vector, I believe is the name of the vendor, but it's also the same types of training that is received in Fortune 500 companies in preparation for those types of events. You have to take that training. I'm not sure how long it is. I know the entire package is, Dr. Jackson's smiling at me. It's several hours of training. Those that are employees know what it's like. But that particular module, I believe, is 20 to 30 minutes, and you have to score at least an 80% to successfully complete that training. So that happens every year. All of this is, of course, very serious, something that we're paramountly, focused on. I've had conversations with our legislators. They're very concerned about all these things, not just with us, but with our secondary partners as well. And I've been assured that they're actually looking for ways for funding. Some of this is very expensive. All of us employ, full-time security guards. Some have relationships with their local police entity, such as Ashland, Madisonville. There are others that are doing that. And so it is very expensive. Even cameras are very expensive. The ability to lock down a building, is very expensive, sometimes cost prohibitive. But we are committed to that. It is one of our top things we're working on. And I hope to work with the presidents as we go through our PP planning period, and it will be something that they'll be focused on, given hyper focus and illumination over the next year. So it's really about training. It's about awareness, making sure that everyone is aware, preparedness, and then the communications aspect of it. But it is, I was told, I think I'd shared this with some regents earlier. I had an incident in a previous life in Alabama, a shooter on campus, and an FBI agent told me it is not a matter of if it's going to happen. It's when it's going to happen. And hopefully it will not result in the outcome that unfortunately happened at KCTCS. But sir, that is my report. But can I hijack the meeting for a second?
Yes.
I promise it's nothing dramatic. Let's do something. That was really somber, right? That's important stuff. But we have two folks who are celebrating birthdays today, and I don't want to go without recognizing them. One is Regent Bogard and our illustrious president who's leaving us, as you know, for Kentucky State University, Dr. Paco. So do we want to sing them happy birthday?
Yeah.
All right. I'm a horrible singer, but we'll start. Okay.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brittany. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Ferguson?
No, but I would like to say I hope everyone in this room keeps their job because none of us will be able to eat if it is a singing job that we apply for next.
So you're saying that KCTCS does not have talent. It's KCTCS.
Next item on the agenda is a Regents evaluation. Dr. Jackson.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to get to share this with you again this year. Last year, I kind of muddled through it, not really knowing exactly what I was doing. And this year, I chose to maybe have a little more experience and do a little deeper dive into evaluation. I think evaluation is probably one of the most important things that we do. It shows us and highlights what we're doing really well, and it makes us look honestly at where we could improve. So I've worked quite extensively with evaluation, revamping that at my own college several times. So I'm really anxious to share this with you today. Before we get started, I would like Hannah to share some achievements from last year. That's one of the things we wanted to look at. So I'd like to start with that if she doesn't care.
Thank you, Chair Jackson, or I'm sorry, Regent Jackson, and I'll just do this from my seat. I do have posted and on board an overview of the 2022-23 board accomplishments. This was actually a recommendation from one of the regents last year at this time when we looked at how we were doing as a board. And someone said, man, it would be good if we could have kind of an overview of what we've accomplished in the year. And let me tell you, well, I don't have to tell you because you've been here. It has been a busy year. I started looking back and I thought, wow, was that this year? So just briefly, we have approved over 57,000 credentials as a board. You have approved $206 million in capital preservation projects for our colleges. Of course, something that has taken up a lot of your time this year has been the Huron study. And just as of yesterday, we came out with those 12 actually bold opportunities for our colleges. We, of course, welcome 2 new regents, Keith and Kelly. We approved the board's first code of ethics, which is really seen as a gold standard in governance operations. Of course, you appointed an acting president, Dr. Larry Ferguson. As I mentioned just a few minutes ago, we are in the midst of a presidential search. There were several positive employee-focused actions taken over the last year, including a 7% raise, making improvements to the 403B retirement system, and authorizing that comp and class portion of the Huron study, which we will get recommendations from at our September meeting. We heard just yesterday about the Student Success and Online Learning initiative, which had great success over the last year. We had several board education and participation events. I've listed those there, including a conference that we attended in July of last year. Several regents were able to go to that ACCT conference. Doesn't that feel like more than 1 year ago? Of course, as one of the most important parts of the regent's role is advocacy. And we've had opportunities, and I'm sure that in 2024, there will be even more opportunities for regent advocacy. So I know that this work can seem overwhelming and very time consuming, but I think looking back at kind of a high level overview to see actually what has been accomplished is pretty amazing. So thank you for your time and your dedication. And as Regent Jackson, I think, is going to say, there's probably always room for improvement. And so I will turn it back over to her to talk about where we stand in the evaluation.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I think validation is important, right? It's what we're doing well and where we could always grow. So I will start out with the first slide, if Hannah can advance for me to the next one. Is really just how we ran this process. And it is very similar to the way I guess it has been ran since we started. The survey opened May 12th and closed June 9th. Of course, regents were notified by email, and some friendly reminders were also sent because obviously these people have lives outside of this place. So I always appreciate a friendly reminder myself. Obviously, the survey is what you have seen in the past. It basically is about 18 Likert scale type questions and then 4 open-ended questions for a narrative response that the regents can add at the end. We did have 92.3% response rate with that. And the way I chose to look at that again was to really analyze for themes that emerged from the different questions. And I actually did a little deeper dive. I went back and did a little homework on the previous evaluations that are also loaded in historical documents in Onboard to see if I could identify any themes across the years. And guess what? I did. So I'll share a few of those with you. And I think that's really interesting because looking back, the composition of this board has changed. So sometimes I think you have to look at sort of the people that are serving, but also the dynamics of the board, how it operates, and are things emerging year after year. And if that's the case, and that's an opportunity for improvement for 4 years straight, I think we need to get down to business and really be doing something about that, right? So the way I chose to break this down for you very quickly, seems like a lot of slides, but I will talk fast. I've been noted to do that. Areas of strength, I pulled those out first, so definitely the questions will be a little out of order, and that is intentional. Question 10 and question 13, actually, I considered areas of strength because I operationally define this as where we identified satisfied or very satisfied in these areas. So these were the areas where all of the regents that responded either chose very satisfied or satisfied. So I think with question 10, avoiding conflicts of interest and adhering to strict level of confidentiality. And you will see the little note here at the top, 10, 12, and 13 last year actually emerged this same way as an area of strength. So I think we did a little dip here with 12, as you will see, with one regent kind of deviating from that. But in general, we're kind of staying consistent in this area with confidentiality as well as long-term success. So basically in the areas of opportunity, I really gave thought to, even if one regent picked that this is an area where they are unsatisfied or needs improvement, obviously if one regent is sort of dissatisfied with this is an area we at least need to be looking at. So I won't spend a whole lot of time on these unless they really emerged as multiple regents, but just to show you that these questions for areas of opportunity were if one regent identified as unsatisfied or needing improvement, they were noted in this area. Avoids administrative matters and maintains emphasis on government. Actually, 2 regents identified that as needs improvement. So that is definitely an area. I think we've had multiple conversations about, ways to ensure that we are staying in our lane in what it is we're supposed to be doing as a board. So I think we're already aware that that is something we definitely want to do. And I know the system and the president group is really looking at ways that they can maybe improve in those administrative matters so the board doesn't necessarily feel like they need to respond to those areas. Guiding partner, sounding board, again, only one regent here, so I think that really reflects that we are definitely trying to surround the president and be that support, guiding partner and sounding board to the president as the one employee of the board. Mine's not nearly as interesting as Jesse's. I want Jesse to come up here and be my sidekick on this. Budget process, 3 regents noted this as needing improvement. So I think this is an area where we have had some question in the past and tried to get some clarification. And obviously with some of the information that has come out of some of our meetings, I think this is definitely an area where we can continue to focus and making sure that we understand as that fiduciary responsibility is obviously in the forefront of the board's charge. Again, 2 here in strategic planning, kept apprised of progress with regard to planning and priorities. And this is something I think as we begin with the Huron study, making sure that we align that well with the strategic plan. I think that was actually a discussion yesterday. So I think this is one area where we definitely have opportunity as well. This is one you will see in some of the comments that I shared at the end. And again, I shared this basically the way that it was written. It was just basically pasted in for you in full transparency. But you will see with question 5, ensures the administration involves the board on high-profile issues that could present risk to the institution. Again, in public-facing format, we know that there have been some things that have maybe been of interest to the board that we have had to pursue a little bit more information on and are in the process of finding out a little bit more information on. So I think this is definitely an opportunity with at least one regent being unsatisfied with this area and another thinking that we need some improvement in notification regarding high profile issues. Focus its time on issues of great consequence to the institution. And again, I think this ties probably to the previous question of ensuring that the board really, again, stays in its lane and what the board is supposed to be doing with one regent unsatisfied and one needing improvement. This is an area, 2 needs improvements here and has the right committees and uses them to their full potential. And again, looking sort of retro on this. I found that this was an interesting one because this tended to emerge in other evaluations by previous boards, is to ensure that we really do have working, actively engaged, meaningful, and impactful committees, and that we really have the right composition, that people's talents are really getting utilized, and we're not overusing or wearing people out, and really kind of sharing the wealth, so to speak, and broadening the perspective and ensuring that we don't have any bias or one train of thought. Two Regents here honors appropriate boundaries while also serving as an advocate for the institution with various stakeholders. And again, I think we've already talked a little bit about this. I think some of these questions relate to each other very well. This is one, provides appropriate support for fundraising initiatives. And again, this is in previous evaluations as well. So you saw here that 6 said needs improvement in this area. So again, this kind of floated to the top for me on prioritization about something that the board really needs to be thinking about as far as our input and involvement in appropriate support for fundraising initiatives. I'm not going to sing to that because we know that we can't sing, so I'm going to ignore that over there. This is also an interesting one. And again, looking back over previous, this is one that kind of emerged as an opportunity as well. This is to be free from undue political influence or influence of other external bodies. And again, I think you will see in the narrative comments that that is a pretty important issue for us. Again, 3 unsatisfied and 1 needs improvement in this area. Board members well informed of their fiduciary responsibilities. Only 1 needs improvement here. The orientation prepared me for my role on the board. Needs improvement. So we have had some new additions. Hopefully those of us that have been here a while, realize we're either satisfied or not with how we were onboarded to the board. But definitely this may be an opportunity as well, or as we add members to the board. The information provided prior to the board meeting is informative and thorough so that I can carry out my duties. 2 said needs improvement here, but I do want to say that there was recognition of the system staff and how they support our efforts ensuring that we have materials. I think we are getting those maybe a little earlier because sometimes there is a little bit of a volume to read prior to coming and when those are posted. So we really appreciate and want to, give an appreciation to the board staff that supports us. Particular interests, skills, and background used effectively as a board member. And again, I think this tied to things like input, committee service. So those questions kind of feed off of each other with 1 being unsatisfied and 1 in needs improvement. The meeting schedule effective. And obviously when these meetings run till 9 o'clock at night and then you go home and do your evaluation, you may not think that it was really effective use of your time. So it really depends on how exhausted you are, I guess, when you answer this question. But the meeting schedule is effective, adequate time for discussion, information sharing, and decision making with only 1 regent dissenting on that. Again, board leadership and support staff are adequately prepared to conduct the meetings. And overall, again, just 1 needs improvement with that. But again, attributing some of the same focus to the previous question on receiving materials and that sort of thing. So some of the narrative comments that were received for question 19, and again, these are basically pasted, so these are verbatim. As a board member, I am most pleased about current presidential leadership of the system. The board, I think, really to focus on KCTCS in the long term, as well as our short term or immediate need. The quality of education, that we are interactive, responsive, engaging as a board. This is definitely not a rubber stamp board. This board really cares about this system, obviously, and wants what's best for it in the short and long term. We really want to focus on making it a flagship institution that it deserves to be, solving problems, and really one of the most pleasing things, the direction our board and cabinet is going in now compared to previous. I think people really are beginning to see the true value of the Huron study and the data that has been presented from that. It obviously is a starting point. There is much more data that can be looked at to help inform our decisions moving forward. But shout outs to Pam Duncan, Hannah, and Dr. Ferguson as well, demonstrating that leadership and focus that we need because we have obviously been in some transitional time here. I think anyone who's awake at this point knows that that's happened. So very pleased about high level of care and dedication of the members, willingness to work together for the greater good, and really, being able to have a voice, thoughts and concerns, and being appreciated and respected on the board. Narrative comments regarding question 20. As a board member, I have concerns about. So someone said no concern. There was a little thought about the cohesiveness of the board moving forward, and really to recognize that we committed to be a board of the whole, that we don't have meetings before meetings and decide everything and then come in and everyone else hears that and moves forward, but really cohesiveness and that avoidance of a small group model. Address challenges of online learning, and I think we heard some really good information yesterday about the progress that's being made there. There was a comment regarding political bullying on the board, members being threatened by board members and attempts to intimidate, made in the name of political party, governor's inner circle, that members should be removed. So again, I think you kind of saw that on the graphic earlier, that there was some thought that that might be an issue where we definitely have opportunity to do a little better job. Long-term success of the system. Again, obviously we have a lot of external variables right now, I think, that we're looking at, and sort of all those things converging, sort of the perfect storm for our system. But I think it's kind of like a tsunami. You can either sit here and let it overtake you, or you can swim out, ride it in, and make it your best performance. And I believe that is the power the system has, and I believe we will do that. State funding and then hiring the right president also emerged in the narrative comments. Stability, reputation, again, some of these tie to that stakeholder connection and perception, our face in the public facing arena. Commonwealth obviously looking at us for that workforce pipeline initiative. So we want to make sure that we are beginning progress, continuing progress, and achieving the goal, and then just modifying and keep on achieving. I don't think in something as progressive and dynamic and complex as this system, we will ever reach the end, the pinnacle. I think there's always room to keep stretching on that. Executive leadership, financial future, really of all colleges, not just ours. So some of these, I think, are just the landscape of higher education across the country, where people sort of had these comments come to their mind. So we did have some suggestions. I'd like to see the following changes with question 21. We really need to diversify committee membership, again, to engage the full board, gain diverse perspectives. More focused on student, faculty, and staff success. We want to make sure the chair, when we do the election, really is autonomous in their leadership to the degree that that's appropriate, not depending too heavily on the system office for the meetings. Do not have any operational changes to suggest with regard to current status, and then improvement of staff development of board members. And there were some specific suggestions here, additional online meetings, allowing more dialogue, because some of these are really heavy issues. And we want to make sure that everyone has time, right, to exchange those viewpoints, and everyone can be considered when we have adequate time to do so. And we hope this board continues to improve, continue to work together. There was an honest admission that I definitely would concur with. This was not my comment necessarily, but I definitely agree with that. When you have all that leadership transition, obviously there is sort of a stopgap there. And then there's a handoff to someone else, and that someone else has to be onboarded and has to begin once they do their appraisal. So I think the turnover of leadership within the system definitely could negatively impact our strategic efforts. But again, that is something we'd like to see changed and can make happen. Meetings stay on track, more efficient meetings. You saw that a couple times. People really tend to like the in-person meetings rather than the online, but we know that's always an option for those who cannot join us in person. So if your response in some of those you saw previously in the graphics was unsatisfied with any of the previous questions, this was an opportunity for the Regent to actually provide narrative comments regarding those areas if they wanted some clarification. First comment, General Counsel is aware of my concerns. Do not want to any harm to come to KCTCS by publicly sharing those concerns. Responses for this survey do not reflect efforts related to transition team, who have all demonstrated tremendous courage and vision for KCTCS. Clearly, administration did not keep the board up to speed with high-profile risk issues related to legislation, operation, strategy given, the path taken over the past year. Board unable to focus on issues of great consequence given the recent transition. So again, you kind of see the narrative related to those specific questions where we identified opportunities. Political influence continues to play a part in both the success and failures of KCTCS. Not sure that will change. We depend on it for policy change. We are impacted by it when talented, dedicated board members are not reappointed. Skills and background of our board members are underutilized due to state of transition. Political influence, again, you kind of see this theme emerge in several of these different, from the last slide. Skills background of our board members underutilized, did not answer unsatisfied with any of those, answered all questions to the best of my ability, did not have enough information on some topics. So thus they marked NA. This is like singing in church and waiting on your tape to be put in, right, and started. We all know that that's not going to work for us, right? Key takeaways. So from this, again, looking at previous evaluations as well as this one pretty thoroughly and kind of trending out the responses graphic and narrative, we need to maintain necessary balance, distinction between administrative versus governance, maximize opportunity to positively impact fundraising for the system and the board supporting that, maintain strong board leadership, cohesion, and focus on being a board of the whole. Avoid undue external political influence and perceptions of bullying and bias on the board. Diversify committee membership to allow for a broader perspective. So some suggestions, next steps. This is my opinion. Again, I'm one person, but they asked me to present this, so I guess I get to say this. We need to hold ourselves accountable. We are in the age that we're holding everyone accountable. And as a board, I do not go through this process thinking I want to check the box. Yes, we did the evaluation. What are you doing about the results of the evaluation, right? And you're in the healthcare industry, it's not enough just to say there's a problem and we did the intervention. Did it matter? What are we going to do next? So I think probably for us, and again, very open to other recommendations from the members of the board, create a strategic commitment list for those things that have kind of emerged as areas of opportunity for us. Create that strategic commitment list for addressing areas of opportunity and tie those to specific parties so that there are people that are going to be monitoring that, having conversation about that. What's your feel about that? And garner formative feedback from Regents regarding progress in areas of opportunity. I understand summative evaluation obviously is required, and that's important, but I would hate to think that we wasted an entire year when we could have looked at ourselves formatively and identified an area where we could have greater impact and do something about that every 3 months, every 6 months. A year seems like a long time to waste time that we could be doing better things for Kentucky. So again, I think all regents should be participating in just a very quick mini survey, and I think that should happen at every board meeting. It would maybe take 5 or 10 minutes just to figure out where are we on these things. Are we making progress? So again, September, March meeting, we could start there. And finally, if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. So we want to do it a little better than we've been doing it, hold ourselves accountable. Henry Ford. So any questions for me?
Thank you, Patsy. And hearing none, we'll take a motion to accept the KCTCS Board of Regents discussion and the evaluation. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
I would just comment, I think the survey was very well done. I liked the open-endedness of some of the questions and appreciate that most everyone was able to participate in that.
Thank you. We've had a motion and a second. Madam Parliamentarian, call the roll, please.
Chair Stevens?
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin?
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher?
Aye.
Regent Bogard? Regent Cox? Regent Finan, Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Aye.
Regent Hamilton,
Aye.
Regent Herding,
Aye.
Regent Jackson,
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Aye.
Regent Smith,
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you. Next item is 4 minutes. Joe?
Can we take a quick break? I'm sorry, a bio break. Is there time for that? Or do we?
All right,
Oh, I'm sitting here.
11-minute
Okay.
break. 11 minutes, thank you. Committee report.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. And thank you for allowing me to be on the audit committee. I'm sure you didn't have a whole lot of people asking to be on the audit committee. I was one of those people that did. I love this stuff. So thank you. I'm gonna try to keep it brief. I know we don't have much time. I'm also gonna read so I don't forget all this stuff. As you all know, we have engaged with Dean Dorton Allen Ford to provide us with an internal audit services. Dean Dorton gave the audit committee an update on their progress on May 9th, 2023. This last quarter, they focused on the following areas: HR, payroll, hiring, status changes, and termination procedures, critical IT process resilience, and West Kentucky and Technical College business office audit. There were no findings in the area of HR and payroll and business office audit, with significant strengths being recognized in those areas such as pro-card documentation and very knowledgeable HR staff. We did have some findings in the IT process resilience area: 1 high risk, 4 moderate risk, and 5 low risk. The high risk findings and all but one of the other findings centered around identity management. Everyone at KCTCS has an identity. As soon as they student fills out a application or an employee is onboarded, they get a digital identity. Identity management is a framework of policies and technologies to ensure that the right users have the appropriate access to technology resources. We currently have a vacant position for the Director of User Experience. Dean Dorton recommends the filling of that position as well as identifying backups. And speaking with Dr. Howes, our CIO, that position has been approved and is actually posted now, and backups have also been identified. I'd also like to note that this position is not a net new position, it is a backfill position. We're not adding on to there. And that is the end of that report. If there are any questions, there's Buddy and Dr. Howe here that can probably answer anything in more in depth. I'm sure you all got your audit packet sent to you. It's also on onboard if you want to go through it. But again, thank you for allowing me to be on that committee.
Any questions? Hearing none, I call for the motion. Joe makes the motion, second.
I'll second it.
Roll call vote, madam.
Sorry. Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Bogard.
Aye.
Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Girdler. Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Hamilton. Regent Herdink.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz. Regent Smith.
Aye.
Regent Whitten.
Aye.
Of those members present, the vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Personnel action, ratification, Ms. Duncan. Oh, now we didn't have to vote on that, but we're gonna vote anyway.
Okay, so I'm going to make short shrift of the personnel ratification recommendations. They are all listed there: appointments, resignations, leaves, etc. So if anyone has any questions about any of those, I'm perfectly happy to discuss them, but they're pretty self-explanatory. And if everyone approves, I am going to ask that Board Liaison Rivera actually take the roll call after we have a motion and a second to ratify personnel actions.
Any questions?
I have one quick question just because I'm not familiar with the term of total rewards. What's an executive director of total rewards?
Okay, so that is a position that former VP Hillis created. It's regarding the total rewards that benefits, health insurance, etc. However, I will note that that is not a position that is now currently filled because Heather Humphreys did tender her resignation and is no longer with the system. Does that
So
answer
that
your
happened
question.
since the 30th?
It has happened since the
Okay.
30th.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
I just didn't know what that meant.
Yeah, it
Thank
is.
you.
It is total rewards is essentially the total reward package that employees get. It includes their leave, their health insurance, et cetera, to ensure retention, recruitment success, et cetera. Now, what that will look like later when a new VP of HR comes, I don't know, but that position is currently vacant. So if I have a motion and a second to ratify personnel actions.
So moved.
Second. Have a motion second. Roll call vote, please.
Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Barry Martin.
Aye.
Wendy Fletcher.
Aye.
Brittany Bogard.
Aye.
Russell Cox.
Yes.
Karen Finan.
Yes.
Chris Girdler.
Aye.
Kimberly Green.
Aye.
Keith Hamilton.
Aye.
Joe Herdink.
Aye.
Patsy Jackson.
Aye.
Kelly Rubinowitz.
Aye.
Richard Smith.
Aye.
And Brianna Witten.
Aye.
The motion is unanimous. It passes.
So I'd like to take a few moments, and I didn't create a presentation, just want to tell you what's kind of going on in HR all over the system. When there were some changes in leadership in HR, Dr. Ferguson and I really felt strongly that the system office works for the colleges, not the other way around. And so I set about just kind of, Terry Diatley often laughs at me. I think about things for a long time, and then unfortunately I come to her like the day before and say, can we do this? Because they are churning. So what I really wanted to do was what I'm calling the collaborating colleges model. We created what Dr. Ferguson and I initially called a tiger team, but they have, because it is ownership, they are taking ownership of these actions. They are now the HR transition team. That is their official name. And I would like to officially thank the presidents whose employees are on this transition team. And that would be, so the names of the people are Amanda Conley, and that is the Maysville HR leader. Lisa Harbold, the Hopkinsville HR leader. Kelly Allen, Ashland, Vicki Combs from Hazard, Sherry Forrester from Sky, and Deb Catlett from Bluegrass. And basically they have hit the ground running, and they are developing and working and meeting to determine how best to move forward system-wide initiatives. And then they have divided with collaboration with the system office, the major system functions for HR, which are benefits, compensation/employment, and then HR technology, which would be your HRMS. And then all of the college HR leaders are divided into what we're calling pods. So there are 3 pods. And those HR leaders are responsible for benefits, compensation and employment, and HR technology. So they elect a chair among the college leaders. Those chairs actually work with the transition team, and the transition team works with the system office so that it is a more collaborative effort to determine what is best for the system as a whole. We believe there will be more consistency this way, because essentially what the HR leaders have said amongst themselves is we are going to make decisions amongst ourselves. We're going to move them forward, and we're going to work with system office to initiate them. So that is what we're hoping to do. In addition, the other initiative that we've been working on is creating what we call the 17th college. Fire Commission has always been attached to system office, but it has caused a lot of issues because Fire Commission has people everywhere in regions all over the Commonwealth. And for them to travel to the system office for initiation, orientation, and all of that really makes it difficult. So we have created a system where they will be considered the 17th college. They have their own HR director who has just been added to the HR peer team. And the executive director, Larry Potter, who is doing great things in the Fire Commission, he has created an academy that is trying to make sure that firefighter standards all over the state are consistent and equally robust. They will be setting their own time, their own remote schedule, their own orientation for employees, and they will function just like the 17th college. So those are some of the things that are going on in HR right now. And I'm really excited to be moving this forward because I do believe that it will create more collaboration between the colleges and the system office. And for all of you who have agreed to let your HR directors work in this matter, I really appreciate it because I couldn't do it without them.
Thank you, Pam. Next item on the agenda is Finance, Vice President Combs.
Morning, everyone. Want to provide you with the finance update. This is the financial activity for fiscal year 22-23 through the third quarter, which ended March 31st of 2023. As of this date, we have received 85% of our budgeted revenue and appropriated funds, which are on target. We have spent 66% of our expense budgets for the year. And overall, at the end of the year or end of the third quarter, our net position is roughly $1 billion. So we're pretty good financial standings at the moment. In your packet, there's a couple of items that I want to present to you on attachment A. Last year, I reported that our investment income was a negative number. I want to tell you that this year we've actually recouped that and come back up again. So we're in a positive. We got $7 million in regards to that. And also want to remind everybody that when you're looking at attachment A and attachment B and these numbers, that these are in thousands. So at the end of that last number, add a comma and 3 extra zeros to see that in your head there. The other thing that I want to bring to your attention is that with Vice President Shook and her team, our non-credit and workforce tuition revenue has increased over the last year. So we see that revenue is coming back from the pandemic. The other items I want to bring to your attention is that our instruction, our student financial aid, and our operations, we are working to curb those expenses, and those expenses are down. Financial aid is down basically because of the HERF, the Higher Education Emergency Relief Funds. Those pretty much expired June 30th of this year. And we have spent we spent 100% of the CARES funds. We've spent 99.9% of the CARISA funds. And then we've spent 99.8% of the American Rescue Plan funds. So we've pretty much spent all the money that the federal government gave us for our students and institutional support. The other item I want to bring to your attention is normally we give you an update of facilities in December and June. We failed to do that in December of this last year. So there's documentation in here on the asset preservation projects. It gives you a description of what they are, the cost, and where we are in that project. In addition, it gives you the capital projects that are in process. It also gives you the cost and where we are in the phase of that. I want to remind you that for Fiscal year 24, there were 3 capital projects that the House Bill 1 budget approved, and that was for Bluegrass for their building, and then 2 projects for Elizabethtown. Also in here, you'll see that we have property acquisitions and dispositions, and it gives you a list of all the acquisitions that we have completed, the ones that are pending, and the dispositions. I do want to bring to your attention that we did get rid of some property, and we picked up some property in Maysville, and I want to reflect that in regards to Maysville's financial statement. You'll see that they're in a negative. They purchased a building, and we removed it from the capital lease projects. So, Dr. McCullough, if you have any information on that, but basically we got rid of a lease and actually bought the building and traded some land for it. So, yes. With that, it shows in here that the critical incidents that have happened since 2022 and the assistance tracker. It also provides you with the Commonwealth Energy Management Control System, which is our HVAC, and that to show the potential savings that we've occurred over the past year. And then also from your all's request, we have added the quarterly statements for all the colleges, fire rescue, and system office included in this packet. The only other thing that I wanted to update you with is that in regards to the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund, we still have some projects that do not expire as of June 30th. We have the KCTCS Healthcare Workforce Collaborative. We have that money until June of 2024. And we were given $4 million, and we basically spent almost 50% of that as of June the 8th is the date I have on this one. And then we have 2 summer bridge programs that expire in September of this year. We've got about $250,000 left to spend in that. And then we have the ARP supplemental support under the American Rescue Plan. This actually expires June 23. We have about $204,000 left in that to spend by that time frame. So that's what I have as the finance report. Any questions? This is just an update. We're pretty much on target for FY23. Got what? 2 more weeks and we're done with the year. Any other questions?
Go.
You want to do?
Yeah.
You ready for tuition? Okay. All right. So for tuition, I appreciate all the help that we've got from the college presidents and the college business officers in helping us justify a tuition increase. You all have copies of the letters that they provided. So KCTCS and the finance team here is recommending that we, based on the information from the Council on Post-Secondary, that we increase tuition for FY 23-24 by $4, increasing our in-state tuition rate to $186 per credit hour. CPE has recommended that the maximum increase for KCTCS is no more than $7 per credit hour over the next 2 years. That's a 3.85% over 2 years. However, we have stipulations that we can increase our tuition no more than $4 in 1 year. So we're requesting that we take the full $4 for FY23, FY24 moving forward. Some backup information we wanted to provide you all is from the Higher Education Price Index. This is kind of the same type of organization as the Consumer Price Index, except this is geared towards higher education practices across the state. I provided you the link to their most recent documentation that shows that their preliminary forecast for FY23 is basically our supplies and utilities are basically going to increase about an average of 5%. And if, I don't know if you're seeing the charts now, but they should be in your books that we provided you. As you can look at the percentage rate over the 8 heavy cost factors, which are faculty salaries, admin salaries, fringe benefits, and miscellaneous and utilities. If you look at all those, most of them were pretty steady throughout these past several years. But if you look at supplies and materials and utilities, those costs increased dramatically in FY22. In FY20, you'll see that there was a decrease in utility costs. That was because most of us were closed and we were saving big time on utilities. But now that we're all back open again, cost of utilities and supplies and materials have increased substantially. Over the average 5-year, if you look at the chart for 5 years, you can see that most everything, the 5-year average is pretty steady until you get to the supplies and materials. And you can see how well that they've jumped over the years. So we know that, adding $4 could possibly be a burden to some of our students. So with that, we've looked at the Office of Research and Policy and Analysis, and we looked at the type A file from 21-22. And we have in that, you can see that we had 94,729 students. Out of that, 7,426 of those students, 83% of our students received some type of financial aid. And that average of the financial aid they received, and I'm looking overall financial aid, I'm looking at Pell, CAP, scholarships, waivers. They received about $4,795 in some type of scholarship to go towards their tuition. Out of those students, 65,000, 69% of those students actually received a residual, a refund. We actually refunded them. They had excess scholarships in excess of their tuition. And the tuition does include the $8 per credit hour. We made sure that that was put in there this time. So most of the students, 69% of them, got an average refund of almost $2,199. Out of those students, 31% had some type of aid or had to pay out of pocket, and the average cost of that out-of-pocket expense for the students was $1,250. This is over an academic year, a financial academic year, so I want to make sure that you got the gist that this was over a full academic year. One of the other items I want to bring to your attention is that for FY 23-24, Pell Award recipients, if they're in 12 hours or more, they're actually going to get a $500 increase this year. The award of Pell goes up $500. So basically, over an academic year, a Pell recipient can receive $7,395. So the college presidents, the business officers, would request that the board approve a $4 tuition increase moving forward for FY 23-24.
Thank you.
Question, Chair Stevens?
Yeah, just about discussion. All right, Pat, you're up first.
On the slide where you're talking about some type of aid, does that incorporate if students kind of exhausted their aid and then had to go into loan? We consider that not an out-of-pocket expense, but rather part of aid or scholarship or support. Is loan incorporated into those numbers?
Yes.
Okay.
Loans are incorporated into this.
All right. Other questions?
Chair, are you currently opening up for discussion?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to speak to the PLT who are present. What I would really like to hear, and I do appreciate the letter that we received from you all. I think that did help. But I'd like to hear from each of you specifically. I don't know if the rest of the board would. This is a very important decision about how that $4 is going to impact your institution and your students and what it's going to do for them and what it's going to do for you and allow you to do. I think that's really important for me to hear. So if you would voluntarily step up to the mic, I'd appreciate hearing from each of you.
There's also a mic in the back of the room as well as the one up here.
Dr. McCullough.
Hello, I'm Laura McCullough from Maysville Community and Technical College. A $4 increase in tuition will result in about $350,000 for our institution. We would use this towards student success measures, coaches, just things of that nature. We do have a balanced budget this year, but it is hard to move forward. And so, being able to have a small cushion that we could use for student success measures, also for the compensation study that is looking, like it's going to cost money to give us some ability to meet those opportunities.
I would echo what Dr. McCullough said. As Buddy was just pointing out, there's always cost increases, utilities being one of them. That is one item, but personnel will continue to be something that we need to invest in. Everything from any raise that the board may choose from a compensation standpoint to professional development, investing in scholarships that we create at the college, investing in staffing to help better serve our communities. It really is the total operating budget that we look at to help with increasing student and organizational success that this will help with.
I'll say for us, we will invest that in student success. It's also the comp and class study. Certainly, we want to be prepared for that. We want to keep good people. I want to emphasize the competition that we have for that talent, and that's very important to us. So I think overall, and it's been mentioned, utilities, that's something that we're mindful of too. So I think you take all three of those, and that's extremely important to us.
To echo everything my colleagues have said, and as I mentioned at the retreat last week, we really need to pay very close attention to, if you will, our four-year regional partners. As you saw in this week's scoop, Western, Murray State, and Eastern have increased their tuition by about 3% on average. That puts them in a position to meet their needs, such as ours, but also to be really competitive, quite frankly. And so part of the concern is we want to remain competitive. Certainly, lastly, as Buddy has laid out very clearly, I know any of my colleagues take for light any sort of increased cost to our students. But I would echo that the fact that the Council of Post-Secondary Education, which usually historically is pretty resistant to some of the valid concerns raised, I think that we really need to take that into consideration as we weigh this for decision.
So in addition, what I'd like to add, what will help us at our college, what we're finding is that the biggest barrier to students is extra support. Academics is typically not the first thing that knocks a student from persisting. It is that extra support. And that extra support means we have to engage students where they're at. That means extra resources. And so the majority of this, for us, 4% increase or $4 increase would go directly to our students to support them. And yes, that takes time, energy, and talent. And it can be an expensive proposition, but the return on investment is immeasurable. And, I know this board is focused on efficiencies. And so, I'll just use my college as an example. I think you'll have the numbers to compare 22 fiscal year where you looked at FTEs to number of full-time employees. Well, looking at our 23 numbers, we were improved upon that ratio. So we went from 1 and 10.3 to 1 and 11.4 between 20 and 23. I would imagine many of my other colleagues are in the same position. So I think we've really put a focus on that area. And this money would be not only instrumental in investing in our talent and hardworking faculty and staff, but it would be for us, it would be so critical in providing those student supports, whether that be success coaches and expanded career services and those items, which to get our students not only so that they persist, but they're successful and they get back into the job force as quickly as they can.
No, I'll just get rid of it. Ditto to my colleagues. The one thing I'd say, we've had a very challenging year at Big Sandy this last academic year with the goal to reset, and having access to these additional resources is not just serving the students that we're serving now, but positioning ourselves to be flexible and innovative in an adapted environment around us. So this is not just about supporting the existing students that we have. It's also being able to adapt to new markets and new students when they come, which is very challenging for us at Big Sandy right now. So everything, kudos to what my peers said as other presidents, but this is not just about serving and maintaining the students that we have. It's being adaptable and flexible to going after adults and future students that we have not tapped yet, that will evolve this next academic year and in the future.
I'll echo what Telly pointed out, that again, this is not just extra dollars that we can play with. These are dollars that will help us achieve the goals that we need, that we've been established by the Board of Regents, to increase access, increase success, time to transfer, and or employment. These are resources, particularly in our institution. We have reached a point where 40% of our students' body is in the dual credit format. And so we need to do a better job and have more resources to get people advised in the dual credit environment, and then matriculate them to us so that they complete their work with us prior to going on to university or work. That takes money, that takes people. And I think that it's another thing that we're also looking at is, and I'll reiterating with competition, we have lots of people that are coming after talent. And I think that entrepreneurs especially are looking at educators as an easy pool to recruit from. And right now we're struggling enough as it is. If we do not have the kind of resources necessary to be able to supply support for our people, supply support for our students, then it's going to be a more difficult situation for all of us.
I think for Somerset, I need to say just a couple things. Number one, we've been working on student support and how do we bring more students in and give them the kind of support they need in order to get them enrolled, but not only after they're enrolled, but stay in college. We've invested money in over the past couple of years already in doing just that with our student affairs area and bringing that together. This money will help complete some of those works. In addition, we're focused more on the professional development of our faculty and staff in order to help make that happen a little bit better. This money will also be engaged in that. And as you've heard a couple of my colleagues talk about already, the competition is huge out there. And the things that we are doing now and expanding, particularly in areas of VR for us and some of the AI pieces that are working on, those are definitely going to be costly areas to work on. And we're doing bigger, I think, and better things than we were a few years ago, just to get some of that to happen. We just now picked up a grant this morning for $1.5 million for a construction printer. We can print houses in the next couple of years. So this is the kind of stuff that we're focused on and we're working very hard to do. And like I say, we've stayed invested in this. It's going to slow us down if we're not able to continue that kind of investment in the next year. So thanks.
I certainly agree with all of my colleagues and what they've had to say. I'm going to take a slightly different tact on this from a business perspective in terms of how we're trying to run our businesses financially. And they are businesses. At the end of the day, we got to balance that budget. And so when we look at our budget and we look at the cost, the inflationary pressures that we see on our budgets, most of those expenses Buddy was listing are fixed costs. We're going to pay those increases regardless. And that money has to come from somewhere. And in the community college, historically, this is nationwide community colleges. It's come from two sources: equipment that we either don't buy or we postpone the purchase of, or our people investing in our human resources. And unfortunately, when we don't have adequate funds, we turn those two resources into variable costs. We don't leave them as fixed costs. We don't think about them in that way. And so all you have to do is look back over the last 10 years here in this system at the pay raises each year for people. And we get a small raise, no raise, no raise, good raise, no raise, no raise, large raise. And you see this cycle happening of feast or famine simply because we've treated our people and also our investment in our technology as variable costs. And that is killing us. It is causing us this turnover. 4 years ago, we sort of made a commitment to employees that we were going to put this comp and class study into place. And we were going to provide some relief for employees and start looking at things. And we're 4 years later and we're close to it. Huron's about to give us some usable information. I have complete confidence in that. And I intend to take some of the money, some of this $4, and do my best, not only to do what we need for operations, but to be able to pigeonhole some money to support that adjustment. Otherwise, we have nothing for the comp and class when it comes. And I probably am not universal in this. I'm speaking from my own perspective. I don't want to wait till next July to implement the Huron results. I want to do it in January. People have waited long enough. They need to see something, they need to see a result from this. They're expecting a result from this. So I really actually am reduced to almost pleading because I know how important, if we don't take the $7, CPE does not give away tuition dollars easily. And if we don't, over the 2 years, exercise that, we'll forever lose the opportunity to pick that money up. They don't let us carry it forward. It's either used or not. And so 4 or 5, a generation from now, we'll still be whining because we left some tuition dollars on the table, and they're so hard to come by. And quite frankly, as Buddy presented, our increase is not a dramatic, significant financial burden for most of our students. For those that it is, we go out of our way to make sure we take care of that. So I would encourage you to please consider this, because I'm afraid we've already dug a hole and we just don't want to keep digging it deeper. And then as a further step, further from this, I would also encourage us to start trying to think about equipment purchases, because we are technology driven, and our people as fixed costs as well. Thinking about them on the front end instead of waiting till the end of the budget cycle to say, what do we have left to give to folks? And that's a cultural issue that I think that all community colleges face, but we face it very acutely in Kentucky. Sorry to be so long. Thank you.
Actually, would you come back before you sit down? And I don't want to be too redundant. It just occurred to me, I'm going to ask everybody to come back up here and now answer a second question. So while you're there, maybe you can do it, because you do have the business perspective, I think, on this. So tell me how you are going to save $4 per credit hour over the next year for each student.
How I'm going to save it?
How are you going to save or cut $4 per credit hour of costs?
So first of all, I'm cutting costs constantly. Okay, so I'll give a couple of examples for things. We're in conversations right now with Elizabethtown and Community College about joining some departments. It was a prescient motion that was passed yesterday because we're already having some conversations, not as one of the smaller colleges, but as one of the bigger colleges. We're still close 45 minutes from each other. What can we do cooperatively? I'm confident there's going to be savings in that area. We're looking at restructuring, reforming because of some retirements, a couple of our academic areas. I won't go into great details about those, but I'm confident. I'm someone who's constantly looking for the way to best invest each dollar we have. And one of the biggest cultural changes we've had at Jefferson is sort of the idea that if somebody leaves, we just replace them. Right. And that's just sort of been that position's been formed. So we're going to fill a vacancy. And we don't approach it that way. We look at each and every one of those positions and decide where it can best be used. And we're making shifts between faculty, staff, between departments within faculty, within staff, that sort of thing. And we're saving those dollars that way. Third way is partnerships with community resources. So we're using a lot more of our dollars now to leverage community dollars that provide some of those student support needs that we really can't afford, or really weren't. You might even argue it's not our mission to provide some of those needs, but we know they are so critical for student success that they've got to be provided. So we now spend less money. Well, I shouldn't say we spend less money. We don't spend more money, but we're accessing so many more resources for our students to help provide those sorts of things. So it really is a drive for efficiency without giving up effectiveness that's constantly in front of our mind. And the other thing I do that I think a lot of people don't do is I don't like this phrase because it's not technically that way. We zero-based budget every year. In other words, I have 40 hours of budget conversations with every single budget manager, with me in the room with them. And we talk about their needs, their goals, their strategies, that sort of thing. And we come back and decide what that unit needs the following year. So every year we're making an identification. We don't just say this was your budget last year, now we're going to add X amount, or we're not going to add X amount. We're looking at each department that way, and we have 30-minute conversations with every budget manager in the college. And my theory on that is the CFO and myself, we can manage the budget and get a lot done. But if I can have 50 budget managers doing the same kind of work that we're trying to do, how much more effective can we be? And I would say we've built our reserves tremendously as a result of the efficiency that's resulted from opening up that process to all of our budget managers. And that's made a tremendous difference. So I can't, there's lots of different ways I could answer it, but that's, to me, that's what we're doing that's making a big difference. We are lean and mean. I have no doubt about it. So. Well, and speaking of lean and mean, I'm not sure which one is lean and which one is mean.
I'm the mean one. That's a great question, Dr. Fletcher. It actually is. First of all, we one way in which we have tackled that, as I mentioned earlier, is, we've already created per full-time employee, already generated at least one FTE. So that's more than makes up the $4 difference. On the flip side of that, much like Ty is very well described, but we've gone in and we do a hard look at our programming. Example, we're eliminating a program that has been diminishing for the last couple of years. So looking at it this budget year, we said that program is no longer sustainable. It's something that our industry or our local region doesn't necessarily need. There's no need in us doing that. So we actually eliminated a whole program going into the next budget year. So we have saved money with that. That's another example. And Ty brought up a good point. We're looking more and more at regionally sharing programming. So a classic example is my good friend at Henderson Community College. There is a big need for a medical lab technician program in the Davis County area. There's no sense in us creating that program. I asked him, would he be willing to offer that program in our service area? He said, absolutely. So we're going to help him expand his program into our region. So again, this regional approach will save money rather than us creating a duplicate program and spending millions of dollars to try to get that. So I hope that helps answer your question.
I would add on that regional collaboration. We do a partnership with Madisonville Community College. Respiratory Tech is one agreement there. At our college, as I look at Bridget, they will tell you that certainly as I've arrived every year, we do a 1%, 3%, 5% reduction scenario. As you may recall, back in 2017, I believe, there was a mid-year cut. So we all had to pivot. And so I think as presidents, we adjust accordingly with these unforeseen scenarios. And then certainly by way of programs, we are looking at eliminating our pharmacy tech and computer manufacturing machinist program as well.
Hello. We at Maysville have made a couple of administrative decreases. We are not funding a chief operations officer. We are not funding an associate dean position. As people leave, we very carefully look at every position to say, do we need this? Does it fit in with the strategic needs of the college? So there's two ways. That's quite a lot of savings there. We also are the $450,000 building that I mentioned earlier, and also we have 4 campuses, and each of our campuses have multiple computer labs that are quite expensive to refresh. And so we are now at that point where they have to be refreshed and new equipment purchased. And we know that we don't have the in-present student need for, like 4 of those labs on every campus. And so we're going to reduce those to, maybe perhaps 1 lab per campus, and then multiple smaller stations scattered around the college. So, and that would represent significant savings. I think to refresh all 4 labs as they are was $1 million.
And to part of your question, Regent Fletcher, how do we offset costs to students? for many years, we have tried to invest in activities, programs like scholarship programs that we pay for through our budget to offset costs to students to help increase student success, specifically speaking of helping them graduate with zero student loans, graduate debt-free. That's a very strong focus. But to do that, we have to invest a number of resources in scholarship programs and help our students access those those programs. So it's number one, to invest to offset costs to students, but we also have to invest in resources like you've heard colleagues say, such as success coaches, tutors, student mentoring programs that help increase the success of students so that they can finish faster as well. Because we know that when students can get through their program quicker, and we saw a chart yesterday that showed that was happening in our system, they take fewer courses to finish their degree. They take fewer arbitrary courses that they may self-advise themselves to take, and they finish faster. They finish at higher rates, success rates. And I think Alicia probably has plenty of data that we can show there. So it's both reducing costs of students and investing in the systems that help them finish at higher rates. That is where we would look at opportunities here.
In Henderson, we just completed Dr. Kelly, I'll yield to you, Dr. Kelly. We just completed demolition of a 12,000 square foot facility and relocated all those functions across campus. So that's one part of efficiency. We have also reevaluated all of our agreements with our on-campus partners, and we have added some partners who are now through an MOU paying us on a monthly basis for the space they're utilizing on the campus as part of a cost recovery. We've added a community partner to bring in some additional revenue and renting additional space. One of our facilities, the asset preservation, we're all new windows, all new doors. That's definitely going to make us more efficient in terms of utilities. And then another building during COVID, another 12,000 square foot facility on off-campus site. We transferred ownership of that to our local school system there in that county. We still have access to that building and have a wonderful partnership, but it's not on us. We're not paying anything for that now. So just a number of things going on in Henderson, several more asset preservation projects that will save us a tremendous amount of money and help us to serve our students better.
Can I ask you a question? Come back. So with all those savings and that new generated revenue you're talking about, would that equal the amount of this $4 tuition increase?
It actually would not. I mean, we've still got a lot of ways to go. And I think we talked about comp class. We talked about the other ways that we do need to, there's some things that we need to do a better job of on the student support and the student coaching, the student recruitment side. So those are the kinds of things that we still need to do some additional reallocate those resources to some new things and to offset that competition we were talking about too. So we want to do better, we want to save, but we want to be able to reallocate that and continue to enhance what we do so that we can serve more students and be better at what we're doing.
Thank you.
I really don't have a whole lot different to say. I think my colleagues have shared everything well. We have really been trying to invest in our faculty and staff, and this tuition increase will help with that, help us with equipment needs. One of the things that is going to be happening, and I can't say a lot because it's not well known on campus yet, but we've had some retirements. So we're actually looking at restructuring. We talked about spans and layers in the Huron, and we've actually looked at that and have seen how we can make some changes, and that's coming. But one of the things we are doing in Madisonville is really looking at how we can take the things we do and share with our sister colleges and how they have things they do that they can share with us. And we work with Henderson. We share IT with Henderson. We share the respiratory program with West Kentucky, Surge Tech with Hopkinsville. So we do those types of things. We also are looking at new ways to program. We just actually got word last Thursday we received a fairly large grant because we've worked with a couple companies who've told us we need HVAC and electrical people, and we need them together. So we've created a new lattice program that's been grant funded now, so that those students will be able to get both the associate degree in HVAC and in electrical technology, but they'll do it in 5 semesters with both degrees, which gets them onto their journeyman level for electrical. So we're looking at those types of things as well. So, and then I can just add on to everything else everyone said.
Good morning still. I echo what my colleagues have stated. Basically, with the reductions, we are looking at personnel as openings become available, retirements and resignations. We're looking to see where we can restructure and reorganize. Unfortunately, I've received a few this week, and so we are looking at that even as we speak. Also, I will reiterate what my colleagues have said about equipment and being competitive is vitally important. We have been bringing 8th graders and younger onto our campus to share with them opportunities that are available. And as we go into the high school facilities, it scares me because their facilities are so much better than ours. And I don't know how we will be able to compete and attract those students to come to the community college when our equipment is aged and they are used to so much greater technology than what we can provide. So I will just say, echoing what everyone else has said, we would certainly put the $4 to great use. I share with my faculty and staff, this is the pie. And if that's personnel, that's what we've got to work with. There's just very little wiggle room there. So we certainly want to be able to put into place what the Huron study reveals and shares. And we will use it as efficiently and as wisely as we can.
Well, Dr. Fletcher, I wouldn't repeat everything that everybody has said, but what I will tell you is when I first came to Bluegrass, within my first year, I dropped 2 VPs. Just last week, I had an attrition and I moved someone up instead of filling the position. And I have added so many positions since I came, and all of them came from repurposing. When we have attrition, instead of filling the position, backfilling the position, I move it to another area. I will give you an example. Nursing program, when I came, we had about 150 students. Today, it's 450. You came from healthcare, and you know how much that costs. So I need more faculty. And what makes the job difficult for us to do is, when I arrived 4.5 years ago, we were paying our nursing faculty $40,000. We kept losing them from left to right. So I thought I did something good by increasing that to 45. It did not solve the problem. Last December, I decided to move that up to 55. That's a 20% jump. And I still have many faculty at BCTC who are making $37,000 a year. $37,000. I could not replace anybody in my engineering technologies program. So before even I drove here yesterday, I approved HR to move everybody to at least 45,000. Because I have 2 people we're trying to make an offer to, they will not take it. My radiology program, I cannot find faculty. So the one I found wanted 49,000. And the folks who have been there for 5, 6, 10 years were at 42,000. So now, how can I bring someone new in at 49,000? So I decided to bring everybody up to 50,000. So the 49,000 does not create any morale problem for them. That's one. 2, I like to be specific. During the pandemic, students called me to tell me that they did not have a computer to do their assignment since everything is online. So I called my IT folks and say, instead of retiring our computers, let's refurbish them and give them to students. That was so popular, and we tracked the data. All the students who received the computer improved their GPA by 0.25 compared to students who have not received any computer. Then I decided to come up with a laptop loaner program. So I used HERF money to purchase 50 computers, laptops. I got more than 200 students emailing me to make sure they also are part of it, because 50 just went by like this. So we added 80 more laptops last fall. Students still came to my office and said, no, we were on the waiting list for 2 semesters now. So I'm getting ready to add another 100. Where is that money coming from? The same pie. When I arrived at BCTC, my first year graduation rate was 24%. Today, I'm proud to report that it's 35%. For African American, it was 12%. Today it's 24%. You know what we did? My first week, I love to look at the probation list, students who are on probation and students who are dismissed. We place 14 to 1,500 students on probation every semester, and 200 of them get dismissed every semester. So I told my folks, this is a crime. They come to us and then we just chase them away. So I tripled the number of advisors. I put mentors in the high failing courses. So we have embedded tutors throughout the institution. That money has to come from somewhere. The job is getting more and more expensive to do as more and more students are coming to us unprepared. So I created a hub, study hub for students. Anything that we can do to support. We have a hub for them, but we also have a food pantry. That was the first action I took. And I told students, they came to me for food and clothing. So we opened the pantry, and then they came and said, so no, we need those, but we need hygiene stuff. So every time you solve one problem, you get another one. Every time you solve one, another one pops up. So it's like we're running, but we're not winning the race. So it's I can assure you that that money is not going to waste. We're not getting the money to spend on unnecessary things. We're getting the money to better serve our students. So for me to get the new 100 laptops for students, I need the money. And now we're putting a 1,000. I hope we do better for employees than the $1,000 for everyone. So if we do that, I have about 450 employees. That's 450,000 that I might not be able to find to take care of my employees. And for faculty, I'm making this adjustment as I go, because every area now needs to be touched, because 37,000 a year is, I'm not going to find anybody to teach. It's just simple like that.
And just to add, we're in a contact sport right now. Okay. We're in a contact sport, and there's a direct correlation, particularly our students in poverty, that's high relationship. And to me, this is all about personnel. It's about talent, and it's about maintaining the rock stars that I have, everything that my colleagues have said. Because what's going to move the needle on student success, we have great systems, we have great technology, but at the end of the day, we have to have intelligent, passionate, strong faculty and staff who are contacting our students in uncomfortable conversations to move the needle. And every time we lose resources, I'm losing the person to chase somebody, whether that's in their home, whether that's online, whatever it is. So everything my colleague said is ditto, but this is about students who need relationships to win, that need to have their eye open to what the could be can happen. And there's no letter I'm going to write that's going to make that happen. It's a contact sport. And any resources I have puts boots on the ground and makes direct contact with the students who I'd argue need it the most. It's all tied to personnel for me.
Call for the question.
I'd just like to make a statement.
Yes.
Last week, when we were at our retreat, we talked about, especially with the comp class survey coming out, it's going to take every dollar that we can generate, and it's going to take every dollar that we can save to be able to pull this off. So I think the goal of these questions is just to make sure that we keep both of those, keep our eyes on both of those prizes. Cost efficiency and also generating revenue. And generating revenue means try to increase our students, our numbers of students as well. And by providing a good service and providing great opportunities, that can increase them as well. We want to do that. If we generate more revenue by increasing the tuition, I mean, that's one of our ways as well. But we don't want to lose sight on cost savings whenever possible. And I think that's one of the things that we want to stress.
The former CFO in me is asking me to speak because, universities, they have huge endowment. UK last week just got another 100 million. We don't have endowment. We don't get big gift from people. So what do we have to work with? It's the state subsidy and the tuition. We have been very creative, and I'm so proud of my 15 colleagues to apply for grants. 4.5 years at BCTC, we brought in $88 million to support what we're trying to do. The recent one is $4.5 million from DOL to help with our nursing initiative. So everything we can do to make it easy for students, trust me, we're trying it.
I don't think anybody doubts that, and I want to be the first to say that. And I also want, in full transparency, as I have always been on this board, I want to tell you there's a little confusion around this, at least for me, because in one conversation, even during this meeting in the last 2 days, we're told about the amount of debt, student debt, that many of our students have, and how a lot of us being able to collect that debt is actually hinging on a particular court case that I'm sure all of you are aware of. But so on one day, I hear that we have $100 million in student debt, and then today I'm asked to raise tuition. And knowing that the average student debt for Kentuckians runs somewhere in the neighborhood of about $33,000, and that the numbers that we have in front of us include loan money, which means there's already debt incurred by these students, it's just a very difficult thing to think about to raise tuition on students who already are carrying that type of debt. There's this misconception in my mind of the money on the table. It's not monopoly money. I mean, that money is coming from somewhere, whether that's coming from taxpayers at the state level or at the federal level. That's real money. We all know that. Last week we were in the retreat. We learned about things like 14% decreased enrollment. We learned about 40% of our students now being online. We learned about a 22.5% decline in how much space that we're utilizing on our campuses. The big things to me were the external leases that we're paying for. $1.7 million could be brought back home if we just ended some of those external leases. Things like shifting external space rentals back home. We don't have students in these rooms. Let's move some of that external space lease money back. That's another $3 million. So when I ask about not how are you spending the money, I have no doubt nobody's going home rich that's working for KCTCS. I understand that. But when I'm saying how are we saving money, like, are we looking at these things? And I know that that was a priority of the board. The PLT didn't even consider space utilization in your priorities. Fortunately, by the end of the retreat, we all were able to come back around that and say it probably needs to be looked at. But when I'm looking and I'm adding up these numbers, the things like reducing just 10% of the courses that we're offering that have 5 or fewer students in them. That could recognize $1.8 million. How many of these 1.7, 1.8, and 3 millions, how many of those are going to add up to overcome what a $4 tuition increase would be? So what I'm saying is, and what I see and the way that I look at it is, I know you're doing a lot, and I know that you're utilizing the resources you have very, very well. But again, is there an opportunity to not put another $4 increase on the backs of our students? That's what I'm always going to think about first. Yeah, I always say when I come to these meetings, I see Brittany, I see Richard, I see our past students. Whenever I'm thinking about this, students are always first in this scenario for me, and their families who are helping them to get through school and to pay for these things. And I appreciate that you have all of this money in grants. That's awesome. I hope everybody can do that. I understand we're not for profit. We're not saying you need to have an extra 15 million in the bank, but are there other ways that we can overcome this without always turning toward tuition increasing tuition on our students? I still have a problem with the transparency of the tuition cost. If every single credit hour has an $8 per credit hour built-in fee, our tuition is not $182, it's $190 already. Well, now it's going to be $194. And so again, it just seems like there's a little bit of a misconception, and I hope I'm not the one creating that. I have no doubt that you are very well utilizing your resources, but at what point do we say there are enough resources to get through this without doing that again? I want to reward the faculty and staff that have been here. And to Dr. Handy's point earlier, I didn't see in the budget book that we made increases a line item again, or that we made them a line item. Not again, we've never made them a line item. But where was that in the budget? Did anybody consider that when you turned in your budgets this year for us to approve? So we've been talking about some of these things for the entire time I've been on this board, which is almost 5 years now. And I know some of you more than others have made it clear that you'll be glad when people like me are gone, and that's okay. I'm not asking the questions to be combative or to make this a contact sport. I'm asking these questions because as a taxpayer, as a parent who has put 2 children through college, 1 more year with one of them to go, medical school, I mean, I understand the cost of education. What I don't always find clear in KCTCS in my 5 years on this board is what is the true cost to educate a student in any one of our colleges. And that number seems to be really imbalanced across the state, depending on the size of the institution, the number of students, the number of buildings, the number of external relationships or leases, there's all of these variables. I'm simply asking because I will again hesitate to vote for a tuition increase on the backs of our students or on the backs of Kentucky taxpayers. When is enough enough? And when can we all agree that we can start with the supposition that there is no more money? How do we make it if there is no more money? Because I do not believe that KCTCS is going to fold if we do not vote for a $4 tuition increase. I don't believe that. I've seen the reserves. I've seen what the budgets look like. I've seen what Huron has told us. There's all of these opportunities for us to save money. Maybe that all can't be done in a year, but there are some very low-hanging fruit that we can pick to try to reduce this cost and this burden to our students. So, and I'm not doubting that everyone's looking at that and trying. And I love finally hearing all the conversations about the regional collaborations and working with the sister colleges. And, I get that. It's not that each of you is looking just to save yourselves or to save your college. I love that. I love that collaboration. But a lot more of that is going to generate the money that we need or save that money to prevent us from having to then put this on the backs of our students. Our students are high risk. How is raising tuition going to help us recruit more students? I think raising tuition is a deterrent to getting more students. I just saw this morning on Twitter, Morehead State has frozen tuition and housing once again, and their their enrollment continues to go up. And so I think when you freeze things and you say, we are committed to this, but we're committed to cost containment, that is attractive to parents and to students. I can go there and they're not going to raise tuition on me when I get there. There's not that bait and switch. I almost wonder if we shouldn't consider tuition as a package like we do a diploma or a certificate. Takes you 2 years, you start at this rate, you finish at this rate. We ever thought about that? We don't raise tuition on somebody who's already here. We maybe raise it with the next entering class or whatever. There's just a million ways to think about it, but you're talking about competition. You're talking about having to overcome, the competitors in your region. Well, in some of our regions, the competitors are doing nothing with tuition. They're leaving it alone and they're saying, we've got enough. We can make it another year. But as far as recruiting more students, where are those coming from? Because Kentucky has a declining population. And we've all heard from Chris Rice and other future predictions that the number of students available to come to higher ed in the next 10 years is continuing to decline. So as our enrollment's declining, as our population's declining, we don't need to be growing bigger campuses. We don't need to be doing all these external leases. We need to be rounding the wagons and bringing all that stuff back home to the tune of millions of dollars that would save our students and our taxpayers another $4 per credit hour. So again, I'm sorry to word vomit all of that, but it's very confusing for me to try to make this decision when I'm hearing yesterday there's $100 million in bad debt for KCTCS students, but today we want to raise tuition on those same students $4 more per credit hour. It's an internal struggle. I'm sorry that I've overshared, but thank you for your time.
May I say something? Even if they raise it $4, we're still the lowest. And I'm not. Oh, go ahead. Oh, I believe that. I hate to know that you all they can't even pay their educators to teach us because they can't recruit anybody because they don't have any money. Our educators and professors is the ones that make us. I hear people say all the time that, we're the heart, but we're not. It's all of us. We're a village. We're one. Without them, there is no us. Without this board, there's no us. Without our professors, there's no us. If $4 will help get us more professors or better student advocates and resources, I'm okay with it as a student regent. How do you feel?
Audit. Financial standpoint, I would say that you're not going I'm not sure who said it, but you're not going to get this money back. If you vote against it, you're not going to get this money back. But you also got to look at it as you can't just keep raising the price of tuition every year. We are one of the lowest in the nation, if I'm not mistaken, as far as tuition cost. That's what attracts a lot of students, especially ones with kids or older in their adult life that may not have the extra financial ability, and the same with the young ones. I'm okay with a $4 raise, but I would suggest, like Regent Fletcher suggested, find ways to cut back. If you can save a couple $1 million over the next 5 years, it's more than worth it.
I like you. You always have different view, and I really like those. But here's the thing, the challenge we face. You look back 30 years ago, state support for community colleges was 72 to 75%. Today, at BCTC, it's 22%. I have heavy reliance on tuition dollars. So that is making the math difficult for us to solve. So it's everything you said is right on point. We have the obligation to do better, to help students, and we're trying. It's going to be a work in progress because I personally hate to have tuition increase. But we sometimes find ourselves in a position where we have no other choice. So unless states steps in to help us, it's going to be this way. And the other point I want to make is not to contradict what you said. Dr. Ferguson and I were in Cumberland when Dr. Morgan came to request the maximum tuition increase allowable for universities. So I've been at university. We played that game in Ohio when they decided to freeze tuition. We were increasing the room and board by 20% because that's the one government cannot control. So it's comparing us to universities sometimes can be misleading. But everything you said, I agree with you. It's just that we need help to be able to do the job better. But all that you suggested, we'll be doing. We will be doing, I promise you that.
Chair Stevens, after this other comment, I think we've had a robust conversation about it. I think it's time for us to decide whether or not we're going to do it or not. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
Bill gave up.
he gave up.
I said after.
Yeah, after. We'll let you talk, yes.
Well, I certainly don't want to belabor the point, and I do appreciate, and I think I can speak on behalf of all of us. We do appreciate a board that is pushing us and conscientious. I guarantee you, we push ourselves and our own folks every day to look for more efficient ways and more effective ways to do what we do. I would encourage the board to look at some of the factors, Regent Fletcher, that you brought up, but not only just look at what we've done on space utilization the past 3 years, because the world changed us and everybody in the past 3 years. We had to utilize space differently. We're getting back into utilizing our spaces better because their students are wanting to come back. We're surveying our future students. And as I mentioned at the retreat last week, our students are telling us they want to be back in a classroom. That's going to require us to get back in and utilize these spaces. The world is changing back. I would also say in an ideal world, none of us would want to raise tuition on our students. We're just not in an ideal world. And as I was telling you earlier, we're deeply committed to helping our students graduate without student loans. I think the number that you were mentioning about the $33,000 average debt is not accurate for our students. Unfortunately, it is an accurate number out there, but I think that's all of higher education. I'll have to double check the numbers to be accurate, but I think our student average debt is considerably lower than that. And so, excuse me? 16. So it's half of that number.
For our students, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but for our students, it may be 16, but a big part of our mission is transfer credit. And so then that 16 becomes the 33. No, I'm not saying cause and effect. I'm just saying it is what it is. Part of our mission is transfer. So they leave us with 16,000 in debt. What do they then incur to finish those 4-year degrees?
So enrollment, we have seen some pretty dramatic enrollment declines. Guess what? We're on the rebound. Enrollment's up the last I saw, correct? Alicia, enrollment is back up this year. So we are getting things back on track and enrollment is going along. And lastly, talking about the cost to educate student, we could look at that in a lot of different ways. There is a report, a dashboard, a chart on the KCTCS public-facing dashboard that looks at our two primary revenue streams over the last 20 years, tuition, state appropriation. You combine those two and then divide it by the number of students that we serve, it gives you an average total dollars that we have per student. That number that we have means we're operating, if you look at that chart, we're operating off 20% fewer dollars, those $2 combined today per student than we were 20 years ago. You can't create that outcome unless we are focused on efficiency, unless we're being more efficient. And so I only say that to say, let's get us all together, and we are deeply committed to helping our students succeed, do it as affordably as we possibly can. But you got to have the resources, and we got to be thinking about the future investment in the things that will help that happen, not looking back at some of the outcomes that we had in some very abnormal situations over the past 3 years. So I just encourage the board to consider those facts.
The motion on the floor is that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve and report to the CPE a $4 per student credit tuition increase for 23-24 for in-state students.
Exciting. Like I said.
What? Okay,
Regent Cox, did you have a comment?
I'm sorry.
No, ma'am. I'm just making sure my camera's on.
All right. The result will be the following in 23-24 per credit tuition rate for KCTCS college students. In-state tuition will be $186. Out-of-state student tuition will be $250. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion.
Second. Second.
Have a motion and a second. Ms. Duncan, call the roll.
Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
I'm a no.
Regent Bogard.
Aye.
Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Explain my no vote, Mr. Chair, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to, I'll be very, very quick with my commentary here. I want to thank all the presidents for your words. Thank you for what you all are doing. Please know that we hear your cry, and we're not disagreeing with what you're saying. It's almost a chicken and egg scenario that we're dealing with here. And I want to make sure, as I told Dr. Ferguson yesterday, that you never interpret anything that we're doing here as if it is a confrontational or combative thing. We're all on the same team, as Brittany was saying earlier. And I want to make sure that you know that and don't go into a defense mechanism almost automatically, thinking that we're questioning your all's authority or your care for the students or anything along those lines. However, I will say that it does seem a little counterintuitive when I just hear this morning from Jesse's great presentation that the number one reason referenced why students discontinue their education is the cost of education. That was just referenced today of why students discontinue their education is the cost. And it's counterintuitive to come in and say, well, we're going to raise the cost. And then to take it even further, you know, we're in a situation here where I think we can all acknowledge on a nationwide scale that higher education is in a financial whirlwind right now. It costs too much. There's too much student loan debt. And you're seeing the United States Congress taking this issue up. Republicans and Democrats agree there's a financial issue. The disagreement is, how do you handle both? What is that? And I don't know what that answer is either. I've been a no vote in the past on tuition increases, and I'm a no vote here today. The main reason I'm a no vote here today is basically the timing of. We have some great recommendations coming from Huron that we've all seen. You know, one of the things that it mentioned was that we are the 5th largest college in America, but we're also the 3rd smallest based on student debt, 5th largest based on employees, 3rd largest or 3rd smallest based on students. And the timing of all this is we also have Senate Joint Resolution 98 out there. We have no idea what's coming out of that. We don't know if this time next year, if KCTCS will even exist, quite frankly. So to come in, raise our tuition, almost shows the state legislature that this is more of the same type of thing, and that maybe this institution is not advocating for what we're uncovering. We've always said there's more efficiencies. At the last board meeting, all of a sudden, $75 million popped up. What can $75 million do for this institution? We were unaware of that as a board, had no idea. What are we going to do with those monies going forward? Again, Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to share a few words, and I am a no vote.
Thank you, sir.
Regent Green.
Yes.
Regent Hamilton.
Yes.
Regent Herdink.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Yes.
Regent Smith.
Yes.
Regent Whitten.
Yes.
All right. There are 2 no votes. The motion carries.
Thank you. Next item on the,
I'm sorry, Chair Stevens, there's been a request to take a bathroom break.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
8 minutes,
It's getting shorter each turn.
getting shorter. Next one will be about 3 minutes. if you want to, Kelly, join us. Buddy, you're the next item up, is the, KCTS salary schedule action. Buddy?
Yes. Thank you. Every year, the Board of Regents is required to approve our salary schedule so that we have a minimum, a midpoint, and a maximum for all of our bands moving forward into the new fiscal year. So want to bring to your attention that we did not change the salary schedule. We didn't change any of the values this year for two reasons. One, we know that we have the class and comp and equity study coming out from here on that will begin September. We can almost guarantee that at that point, there's going to be a recommendation that our salary schedule will change. So what we're doing is we want to present what we currently have to get us through that period, because we have to have something by July 1st. And then what we'll do is, depending on when Huron comes back with those recommendations, and we can revisit that salary schedule and possibly bring an addendum in either the September board meeting or most likely the December board meeting for action on that, instead of waiting until next fiscal year. So a couple of things I want to note is last year the board approved a 10% increase in the market and the maximum values for all the bands. And then we also, the board approved that we wanted to make sure that we weren't paying anybody below the poverty level. So we used the census.gov information to pull that information in, and we increased the minimum of bands 1, 2, and 3 to meet the poverty level for the state of Kentucky. So with that, I asked the Board of Regents to approve the salary schedule and attachment A moving forward.
You hear the motion?
So moved.
Motion by Joe, second.
Second by Joe.
Okay, who made it? Okay.
Richard made the
Yeah,
motion.
sorry. Let's call the roll, please.
Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher is not present at the moment. Regent Bogard.
Aye.
Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Girdler. Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Herding.
Aye.
Regent Jackson, we are voting on the salary schedules. Is your vote?
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Aye.
Regent Smith.
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. Absent Regent Fletcher. The motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, buddy. $1,000 raise.
Compensation. Okay. So KCTCS is recommending that the Board of Regents approve a $1,000 increase to the base salary for FY23, FY24 for each regular full-time employee who earned at least a fully meet for faculty or a meet expectations for staff rating in the 2022-2023 KCTCS performance evaluation and was hired prior to April 1st of 2023. This recommendation comes from several board members' requests. We provided multiple iterations of compensation moving forward. And this is the one that we decided on to move forward to keep in line with your all's recommendation that we provide increases to our faculty and staff moving forward for their excellent performance over the years. You remember last year we did provide a 7% increase that cost us about $18 million. And this year with this $1,000 increase to the base, we're projecting that cost will be $4.5 million.
Ready for the vote?
I think we need to have discussion on that.
Yeah. Discussion, yes.
Yes. I didn't mean to cut off someone. Was someone else going to speak? I thought I heard someone else's mic. I think that, although I appreciate it, I think the $1,000 is insufficient for the compensation commitment that this board made especially considering the lack of raises that faculty and staff have received, even though they've performed well over a decade. So I, for one, would like to hear a little more discussion about why that is not higher than $1,000.
Well, I think the main discussion was that, as Buddy says, with the comp study coming back, is we anticipate several, or maybe Buddy or Miss Duncan can, several changes in the salary schedule potentially coming back when we receive that information in September, and hopefully to do a recap or vote on that in December.
May I say one other thing as you prepare to speak, Pam? To be honest, when we first saw this, I was a little shocked because I don't remember the board as a whole, which was in the previous presentation, discussing that. So the 1,000 kind of came as a shock to me when I saw that as an option. So I know there's been a lot of thought go into that, but I would like, this is a very serious thing, and our commitment to the faculty and staff and administrators out there that do work hard every day. So I'm not really sure how we arrived at that. So I would just like a little more discussion for those of us that are not as informed.
My understanding, it was, Hannah, you correct me if I'm wrong, there were several in the 2 sessions. We had the Planning and Policy Committee. It was discussed in various options. And then one of the options, right, was the $1,000 discussed.
This was an information item at the March meeting, and there were some discussions at the March meeting around compensation. I do not recall, I'll have to go back and look at the minutes from the last policy and planning meeting if there was discussion specifically about the $1,000, but it was an information item with discussion in March.
Vice President Combs, it was 2%, 3%, and 4%, correct? When we first saw it in March, is that right?
In March, you actually saw 2, 3, and 4%, but you also, we provided you the data on the $500, $1,000, and $1,500.
That's correct.
During that time, there was conversation that we had initially in March was proposing a 2% increase. Then we had some requests from board members to analyze it, whether what it would cost if we didn't provide a 2% raise for any employee making over $100,000. We provided that information to the board as well, with some data that in our policy and procedures for HR, that when the board makes a decision on salary increases, it's for all employees and not specific. That's not to mean that you guys can't change that, but that would have had to be done prior to this.
And
So then, because we were anticipating a 0% tuition increase, the cost of a 2% raise would have impacted a lot of our colleges negatively. But the $1,000 increase was reasonable that everybody could afford at the time. And in that, with the $1,000 in your packet there, you can see that those individuals, I picked the lowest salary up to one of the highest salaries. So if a person's making $21,000, if they got a $1,000 increase, their percentage increase would be 4.58%. If you got an employee making $185,000, their percent increase with $1,000 is 0.54. So with changing from a 2% and not granting those individuals that make over $100,000 a raise seemed inappropriate. So we suggested either a flat amount, which actually gives the individuals making less than $50,000 a greater percentage increase than the 2% that we initially proposed in March.
General Counsel Duncan, I have a question as well. So as you kind of just briefly hinted to, who can be excluded from a raise?
So, of course, the board passes the salary schedule. Everyone is classified within a band. Therefore, everyone who is banded should receive the increase. The non-banded employees, that is a more discretionary type of compensation. And those individuals really are more at the discretion of what the board set as the executive salary and their executive pay. board policy. The rest of it is administrative policy. And so those individuals who are within any of those bands should receive the same type of salary increase that the board provides. So I would say the non-banded people are the ones with whom you have the most discretion.
And can you just really quickly define who those people are?
Yes, and I'm sorry. It is all of the presidents. It is me. It's everyone on the cabinet. And of course, your one employee, Dr. Ferguson, at this time is a completely different animal as well.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
but also,
So if we was going to ask for, we can't ask for a raise, we can't ask for it to be higher than what it is now.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, this is the recommendation of the administration. It is up to the board to determine whether they will accept the recommendation or they will make a different motion for higher than that. I would like to insert just one comment. There has been a lot of conversation around compensation. Remember that there are some things that you are trying to prevent. Number one, you want to, or you have expressed in the past as a board, that you would like to see those people who have longevity have the benefit of pay for that longevity. If you were to try and create something within the salary schedules that said anyone $100,000 and over would not be paid, you're going to increase your problems with compression because you have long-term employees who are still very close to shorter-term employees. So that is why I think from an HR equity standpoint, you would not want to do anything other than potentially the discretionary banded people, non-banded people. The other thing is, if you were to make a motion that it would be more, you need to know there are two trains of thought. So there is a recommendation by administration that this is the appropriate amount based on budget, but there is also discussion with Huron that administration has had that they are saying that whatever has to come in the future with Huron, if you make a change right now, there may be the ability to not have that bigger hit later on.
The bigger burden all at once.
Right. So those are all things you have to take into consideration. And certainly Buddy is the expert, so I don't want to jump in where he should be talking. But these are discussions that kind of just from the equity standpoint.
Pam, I appreciate that. And I want to say one other thing, because this was a question I asked a previous CFO, because I actually voted against a one-time for faculty and staff, because I think if you go back and watch that recording, it was with the assurance that the savings that we recognized from not doing that would be added to the pool so that we could actually give a substantial increase to faculty and staff. And I don't know if I'm the only corny person in the room that actually goes back and looks at recording and tries to watch policy and make sure that we're doing what we say we do, but I think that's kind of just integrity for people. And I think this is an opportunity. We've obviously passed this tuition, and part of that, in hearing the collective responses of the presidents, we want to invest in people, right? Because that is the human capital that we have is really the greatest resource that we have throughout this system, definitely within every college. So I'm just a little bit concerned about projecting into the future, and I definitely appreciate and understand what you're saying with that, Pam. But having only been on this board 2 years, I think sometimes things can slip through the cracks going forward, and we kind of have a lag in memory as a board and as a system of what we have committed to people. I think Regent Fletcher's comment previously that this is not really a line item, and that's something I think we committed to. So those kinds of things I think can slip through the crack if people are not paying attention. So I really appreciate that. And definitely that you provided some clarification because I've been at every meeting. I listen well and go back and listen to the recordings, and I do not recall collectively as a board that we had really hashed out a 1,000. So I know it was mentioned informational. I'm not totally in the dark, but as far as input from everybody and how we arrived at that number, I was not clear on that. So I just wanted to share that and appreciate your follow-up comments, both of you.
Regent Bogard.
Our colleges are understaffed and we're not able to fill positions because of the salaries that they're offering. And I just don't think that $1,000 a year is going to do it.
So, I mean, we're flexible, but this is what.
Could we see the numbers for the 2, 3, and 4 on the screen? Are those still relatively accurate enough for we could put those back up?
We do, but unfortunately, they're not in this presentation. Sorry.
That's okay.
But I
Maybe we
really
could pull
feel
up the
like-
previous.
I was the one that asked Buddy, and so that's my thing, that everybody, because we had people that, as he said, were making $21,000, and if they got a 2% raise, you can figure that as compared to $1,000. So with knowing what the not knowing what Huron report was coming, that's why we put out $1,000. And for everybody, remember last year, everybody got a 7% raise. And we didn't distinguish between those. It's not enough. We know that. But it's a starting point is, and of course, that's the pleasure of the board to decide how much is, but the budget process, it was, and I want to thank the college presidents. They've figured their budget this year with, no tuition increase, the way I understand it, but they did finalize their budget with at least $1,000 raise for all of their employees, not a percentage raise, is what I'm saying. So that's the problem with the percentage raise. It's great for the people that are making $50,000, $75,000, $100,000, but on the people that are making $20,000 to $25,000 that are having trouble, it's a problem. So. Just a point of clarification, but I'm the one that discussed with Buddy and Larry in great detail to come up with the compromise, and that was my fault, and I should have followed up more with the board about that, but of the $1,000.
Yeah, Hannah, would you mind pulling up the KCTCS salary increase action part of the presentation up there so we can see what we're actually talking about, the percentage and what the 1,000, what that actually looks like?
Joe?
So I'm looking at that right there. What is the projected +4 net tuition, +$4 net tuition for this upcoming fiscal year?
I didn't include that in the package because I wasn't anticipating that you would. It was about $4.5 million.
Net neutral situation.
It's net neutral situation is why we went that direction.
I know staff and faculty are going to watch this video and hate me, but putting us in a net neutral situation with $1,000, my opinion, gives more resources to the Huron study, whatever comes out of that. I'm positive and hopeful good things come out. I've seen good things. I would rather be in a net neutral position going into Huron than giving the bigger raises now. I'm sorry, faculty and staff.
No, I concur. I really feel like, and I understand what Regent Jackson is saying, but the old is coming in with the new as far as not following up on things. I mean, this board is showing that we are following up with things. We are a board of action. We are not a board of rubber stamping and inactivity. So I don't think that we're going to get the comp class calculations and just sit on them. We've been accused of doing that in years past. We have made the commitment that we will not do that. This is part of that commitment is, once again, more revenue, less cost will help us achieve the comp class adjustments.
So if we vote on $1,000 today, when the Huron study comes out, you said around September-ish, could it go up again? Could the pay scale go up again?
Maybe.
So
So it's not definite?
So the
But the $1,000 could be guaranteed.
Okay, so let's be clear about the Huron study. So the Huron study, the compensation and equity study is both about compensation and career pathways. And I guess I should say not just both, but also there is the concept of clarifying and making consistent job families and subfamilies. And I hate to put her on the spot, but Bridget Cantor is on the work stream and has been working on this project. So certainly she can come and give a better status report, but I would like you to know that it is a multifaceted compensation look that has to do with career pathways, job classifications, position descriptions, etc. So Bridget.
Thanks, Pam. So I'm Bridget Cantor. I am the Vice President of Business and Human Resources here at West Kentucky. I do have the privilege of being on this work group. So I think it is important for all of you Regents to hear from me that as a faculty and staff member, it is very important. It's very important to me. It's very important to the presidents. It's important to all of you I know to try to address this. It's long overdue. I say that quite regularly here. My employees are probably tired of hearing me say that, quite honestly, but it is a big project. So we have been undergoing this for several months now. As Pam said, there's a lot of job profiles that we're looking at. So everything is put into different families, everything from the arts to workforce to sciences, finance, they're all in different families. And from there, then profiles are created. So we take everything from just operational, which is more kind of clerical type of roles, to significantly management roles. And there are different levels and career paths for each one of those roles. We have just finished all of the profiling. So now Huron is taking that and is looking through it. They've showed us some preliminary data in terms of the pay raise that or the pay ranges that we currently have in place, where that spread is amongst those ranges. We know in looking at that, it's very obvious to those of us that are working on it that there will have to be adjustments made to that. But ultimately, those will be recommendations that will be coming to you as a board for you to be able to review and then see where we go as a system from there. But I'm happy to entertain any additional questions if you have any specific to that work.
I guess I would have a question about the process. Once we do get the recommendations from Huron, what will that look like for us as a board as far as how that's administered and the decisions that are made?
So again, I'm going to tag team with Bridget, but let me say that these types of changes are definitely going to be something that you may not legally be able to ignore. So there might be some people who you look at a level of employees and you see that there's a disparate impact between maybe genders or races or ethnicities. Those things can't be ignored. You would have to immediately say, we're going to make those changes right away because there is legal risk associated with that. That may come back and not be the case at all. But as far as the board goes, you will have to come back, as Buddy said, because they have made it clear that there are going to be changes in the salary schedule. There will have to be. So the bands may change, the classifications will change, and as the ultimate authority over overarching compensation for the institution, you will have to approve all of those things. Now, will it come back in the same priority, setting the priorities? It may not look quite that way, but it will come back in the form of recommendations. One thing you've already set as a priority are the spans and layers, which says that basically we have used supervisory capacity to help increase a person's salary without really providing them with supervisory duties. So bottom line, you will have to approve salary You will likely have to approve bandings and reclassifications, just ratify all those things. But there will be decisions that you have to make. Bridget?
Yeah, agreed. So one of the specific as it relates to the supervisory piece, the different job profiles. So there are specific requirements. So if you, I'm just going to use, for example, if we said you were a manager 5, there are specific requirements with that that say you have to supervise X number of people. You have to have an educational attainment of X, whatever that might be. So there, it's more structured than anything that in the 17 years I've been part of this system that we have had before.
Really though is for all employees. But the Huron compensation, as described, that isn't automatically all employees. So I think that's a real important clarification.
Right. And I mean, it is all employees as in job classifications and duties and putting them into certain families and subfamilies and making available career pathways, management pathways, et cetera. So that will be all employees. We will look at it. So for instance, Kimberly's job may actually get a different title. It may have an official title, a working title, et cetera.
Right.
And so that might affect her in that way. Additionally, there will be an overarching compensation policy that will prevent us from doing these one-offs and these workarounds to try and get people salary increases, because those are the things that create legal risk and non-compliance. So that would affect everyone. And then there will be a compensation playbook that they are working on that will say, if this, then this, and it will tell you how you go about doing all of these things and making sure that you revise your policies. But what you're asking, I think, Dr. Reese, is will everyone get a salary increase? No, that is not the case. They will be looking at the market rate of a particular job. They will be looking at comparators in various regions. If at the PLT board retreat, they were talking to you and asking you about, did you want one single academic peer group or did you want 3 different academic peer groups? So all of those things will affect what one individual employee might be either raised, or if there is a reclassification of that employee, there might be what's called leveling off, which means that they have greatly outpaced where they were supposed to be based on their job duties for one reason or another, maybe the spans and layers issue. And those people would kind of be left there to not really have increases at that point, because that's where that compression issue comes when someone who is way above market continues to keep being above market. Bridget.
No, I mean, you're exactly right. And that is a traditional compensation structure that we have lacked in the entire time that I have been here. So it does create that true advancement opportunity of, if you come in at this level, you slowly can go to a point, but once you hit that point, you level off. So it's completely different than what we've ever had.
And I would caution you, there is a difference between a compensation study and a cost of living increase, which is what we're essentially talking about right now. Inflation is, the cost of living is higher, et cetera, et cetera. What is an appropriate cost of living increase? And that's why you apply it across the board, because it's about cost of living. It's not about performance, which I will state that's another facet of the compensation study, is to find a meaningful performance reward for those superstars that you have out there.
Pam, I would comment I'm sorry, before going forward. And I think some of the regents probably would recall that. I'm glad you made that point, because that was one of the points I made very early on with Huron, was how are we going to differentiate what the base salary of someone is based on what their real salary is and what their today's salary is because of meritorious. And that was a span of our time where there were people who were bumped up on salary for meritorious performance. So yes, they make more money, but their performance was better. So now if you have someone at this level and someone at this level, and it's like, well, you already make too much money. And I'm like, well, if you take off the meritorious pay, I actually make equal or less than you, and I'm sorry I'm not saying me personally, but I'm saying as an employee, I've overperformed. So therefore I'm getting penalized because you're saying that's my real salary. So I asked for that in the beginning. So I'm hoping that that's going to be part of it, not just moving forward, but looking at that historically, because I do think if not, you are going to be compressing people who are totally different performers. You see what I'm saying? Looking at that, moving forward. So I appreciate it. I don't know when and how that's going to come out, but I think that's very, very important, because if not, you are elevating people that were not meritorious to meet people who are meritorious on the same band. That makes sense.
Regent Bogart and Herdink.
Is there an option where we do the $1,000 raise, but leave something open for the college presidents to decide with their own budgets what they do with the rest? Like merit raises or whatever they think. They can call it whatever they want. Kind of situation.
Well, I mean, they do that in some instances now. The only thing I would caution on that is that puts us back into the same position that we've been before, because we are essentially, we don't have that playbook and we don't have that overarching compensation policy. So I'd be a little bit leery of that, but I'm not saying that is not prohibited. No.
And just some do that. Some colleges do that. Some do not. Maysville is one that does not. So it depends. It's at the will of the college presidents. Dr. Capo just said he does, right? He's going out and trying to make sure that he can keep those people. He wants his rock stars there and paid well. But it's not the case across the board. And I would just like to remind this board once again that we discussed this as a line item budget every year. We said moving forward, we weren't going to go back to last June when we had the same conversations over and over again, and we didn't. And I would also like to point out once again, and I know we've already gone through the salary schedule, we did not raise the minimum, okay? And why does that matter? That matters because the majority of KCTCS faculty and staff are hired in at minimum. So when you move market and you move max, it doesn't help the people that actually work for this institution. So I think that we need to take a look at that again in the future. We didn't move minimum, and I think that that was a tragic mistake.
I'd like to say one more thing, because this is what has concerned me about the lack of pay raises, consistently through. We heard the presidents talk about if you don't raise tuition, you're forever behind. Our employees are forever behind when we don't raise their salaries because of the fact that there is a 10% employer match. There is a mandatory contribution for your retirement and a 10% match. All of these things are based on salary. And so your Social Security, your 403B, whatever retirement system you're in, is harmed permanently when you do, as an institution, you do not give consistent salary increases. So that is what has really hurt me for our employees more than anything. And I just wanted to get that out there.
And our fringe rate is decreasing, correct?
It's decreasing.
Yes.
Yes.
From 43.5% to 43%.
Yes, that's correct.
And what can we attribute that to? I think we discussed this at the March meeting, but can you give us a refresher on that?
Part of it is due to the number of people in KTRS and KERS and working with the federal government that the rate was reduced 0.5% for this year.
Ready for the question?
ask what the alternative is going to be if we go around and say, are you in favor of a 1,000 and we say no, then are we going to be allowed to make a motion for a different one, or how is that going to
Yeah,
work?
you can make the motion. We need to,
There has been no motion, so we're calling for a motion, actually,
yes, on the one post, correct,
or an alternate
or an
motion.
alternative.
So, question real quick, sorry if I jumped over anybody. So the colleges budgeted 0% tuition increase with $1,000 raise and have fixed that in their budget, which is $4.5 million. We got a $4 increase, so I'm doing easy math here, $4 increase on tuition, which bumps us up net neutral. That means they would have budgeted if we did a $2,000 raise roughly, right? They're budgeted for a $2,000 raise with that increase. I would propose we do a $2,000 base
Yeah.
salary raise as it's been budgeted by the colleges already. Can I make that motion or do I have to wait? I make a motion.
Second.
Yes, yes, you can. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, would you please state that again?
Oh, good luck. Good.
Joe, Joe, read what's up there and just replace it.
Fine. Okay. I make a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve a $2,000 increase to the base recurring salary in FY 2023-2024 for each regular full-time employee who earned at least a fully met faculty or met expectations staff rating in the 2022-2023 KCTCS performance evaluation process and was hired prior to April 1st, 2023.
Region Finance had a question.
Yes, just a question. With that $2,000 increase, Buddy, do we understand the impact that it has on the overall budget? And I believe it was played out in the material that you've given us, but I would just like to hear directly from you.
So this increase would not impact the budget. So if you approve the budget that's coming up in the next action item, because it would be less than a 3% overall increase, we do not have to bring a new budget back to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Are you ready?
Read.
Okay, Chair Stevens,
Pass.
are you abstaining?
No, I'm just
You're gonna
passing
come
right
on?
now.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
Vice Chair Martin,
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher,
I need to momentarily pass. I'm getting more information.
Regent Bogard,
Aye.
Regent Cox. Is Regent Cox on? Okay. Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Aye.
Regent Green.
I'm a yes vote, and I would like to reiterate that this is an adjustment to the base salary. I think sometimes employees hear that flat amount and they think it's a one-time pay, but this is an adjustment to the base salary. So yes, thank you.
Regent Hamilton. Regent Hamilton.
Regent Hamilton.
Yes.
Okay. Regent Herdink.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Yes.
Regent Smith.
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
Excuse me, Chair Stevens. are you
Yes.
ready?
Yes.
And Regent Fletcher.
Yes.
All right. Let me try one more time. Is Regent Cox on? Of the members present, the vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Next item, Buddy.
So the next item is we're recommending the KCTCS Board of Regents adopt the 2023-2024 budget resolution, attachment A, regarding the 2023-2024 annual budget for the Kentucky Community and Technical College System. This budget and its provisions will be effective July 1, 2023 and run through June 30th, 2024.
Hear a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call.
Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I just pause just to make sure that we are gonna make the amend or the fix to the, okay, just want to make sure.
Okay. Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Regent Bogard,
Aye.
Regent Cox, Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Aye.
Regent Green,
Aye.
Regent Hamilton,
Aye.
Regent Herding,
Aye.
Regent Jackson,
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Aye.
Regent Smith,
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Being, sit down. Thank you. Did a great job, buddy.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the board meeting dates. Hannah Rivera.
Yes, these were reviewed at our last March meeting and they are loaded for you and on board. These will be our 2024 meeting dates, and I would ask for a motion and a second to approve.
Hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Bogard.
Aye.
Regent Cox. Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Hamilton.
Aye.
Regent Herding.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Aye.
Regent Smith.
Yes.
Regent Witten. Aye. The motion passes. The vote is unanimous.
Next item is the election of board officers for next year. Ms. Duncan.
Just a moment. Chair Liaison.
I'm sorry. I was
Board
just going to say if we wanted to have a working lunch, lunch is ready and we can go next door, get it, bring it back in here and continue with elections if that's the will of the board.
Yeah. How do you feel there?
Your board members are saying yes.
I'm gonna look at Chris. Chris, what do you want me to do?
You can't eat those, you can't go salad and dry and so we might as well eat one.
That's right.
Their box going to.
All right.
Yeah, let's just break for
11,
lunch.
13-minute break for lunch. I get back in here. And Ms. Duncan, parliamentarian.
So, earlier I sent out the election procedures that you as a board passed, in 2022. I would like to go over very briefly what's going to happen. We are going to elect all 3 executive officers today. We will begin with the chair's office, then the vice chair, and then the secretary. You need to know that everyone who is eligible for another term on the board may seek office. So that would essentially say the regents who do not have another term, which are our student regents, are not eligible for an office. Anyone else is eligible, but remember that for the staff and the faculty, that there may be conflict of interest issues, particularly in the offices of chair and vice chair, particularly when it comes to compensation issues, to disciplinary issues for KCTCS presidents or other employees. So just be aware that if you are one of those individuals who is a staff or faculty regent, that there may be a substantial number of items that you would need to recuse yourself from. Secretary is a little bit different because it is more of an administrative type of office. What will happen is we will take nominations from the floor, again, beginning with the chair. You will have, if you decide that you would like to accept the nomination, you may do so. If you decide to refuse the nomination, you may do so. At the point that all nominations are closed, we will take a vote. If you recall, we have changed the voting procedures where we will simply have you state the person if there is more than one person running for the same office. Regent Bogard. Oh, okay. You as an individual, if you are nominated and decide to accept that nomination, you may make a statement. But that statement should, and I'm sorry, I believe it's 5 minutes, should be no more than 5 minutes. And you may do that in the form of a statement, or you may solicit questions from other regents, or you may do a hybrid form of that. So a statement with questions. And then the vote will begin. And then we will move on to the next. Regent Bogard. Okay. All right, we're going to open the floor now for nominations for chair.
May I nominate Barry Martin?
Yes. Are there other nominations?
This is Karen. I would like to nominate Barry as well. Is it appropriate to make comments, Pam, at this point?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I feel that at this point, a business mindset and a strong appreciation for KCTCS and an education priority is extremely important. And we've noted over the past several days, as well as the retreat last week, the challenges we face, which are going to need a lot of energy and commitment. But we've also noted huge opportunities that can push this system forward. And I feel that Barry and his leadership can bring the board to fruition with a lot of these opportunities. So I'm hoping everyone will support that nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations before we close the nominations for chair? All right. We are going to close those nominations. However, would you, Regent Martin, like to make a statement?
I just want to say thank you for your confidence in me, and Regent Finan. Thank you for those kind words. Appreciate it. And you are right. I am very much vested in KCTC and our vision and our students and our staff. And I really appreciate the opportunity to work to further that as well. So thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, since there is only one nominee, then that is the successful nominee, and we do not have to vote unless there is some form of challenge that anyone would like to bring. All right, hearing none, we move on to the office of vice chair. And I'm
I
sorry.
would like to say one more thing. I really do appreciate James Lee's leadership and guidance over the last year. By all means, he's traveled some muddy waters and got his feet wet and dirty a few times. So we really appreciate it, James Lee.
Thank you
very much.
Well, I'd just like to thank everybody, especially all of you, but Barry and Wendy and Karen for all of the great time we spent together. It will be one of the more interesting years of my life going through this, but I certainly appreciate every one of your support. And as you know, I'm still going to be around for another 2 or 3 years, so we're going to do the Huron report. And we're going to get it straightened out. We're going to get it focused. And but God bless every one of you, and especially Hannah and Pam and Larry for being so kind and considerate. Cindy and Amy for listening to me, and I really thank each and every one of you. And God bless everybody, especially the Regents. Thank you all.
All right, the floor is open for nominations for the office of vice chair.
I'd
Can
like to nominate Regent Jackson.
I was going to nominate the same person.
All right, Regent Jackson, are there other nominations?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to nominate Keith Hamilton, please, for vice chair.
All right.
Is it okay to make commentary on
Yes,
that
it
as well?
is. Mhm.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Keith for his willingness to serve as vice chair, but also I think Keith represents something that is very important and imperative to the future of this organization, and that is a direct connection with the business world, the private sector, in particular manufacturing. I loved hearing Jesse's presentation on education first employers. And I think when you have those people out there in the private sector, in manufacturing, seeing that we have quote unquote one of their own as the vice chair and helping to lead this organization, that's going to help with buy-in from that. And also, I want to say, from watching Keith on the video screen, you do not want to get in a staring competition with him because he does not blink whatsoever. The man does not blink. But that's my nomination. Thank you.
All right, we take floor speeches. Are there any other nominations, excuse me, or any other comments? So we take floor speeches in alphabetical order. So that would put Regent Hamilton first.
Thank you very much for the nomination. And I do need to work on my stare game, apparently, but I'm just laser focused on the conversations that being had there today. Yes, KCTCS is a significant organization that I have a high value position for. I also have a child who is currently enrolled in KCTCS location. She loves her experience. I've learned more about the experience through her ability to try to get an education there. Yes, I do want to sort of lend my CEO experience and our manufacturing prowess of making sure operations are lean and justified. So I'm excited about this opportunity. I appreciate the interest, and thank you very much.
Regent Jackson.
And Pam, based on his response, I would withdraw mine, although I very much appreciate that. I definitely support the colleagues of this board. I've spent 30 years of my life in KCTCS in just about every facet. I believe people say except M&O, but I've actually probably worked quite a bit of that. as well, for our campuses. But I really appreciate that. I do think it is a balanced perspective when you have people from business and industry as well as people that are sort of internal to the academics and the operations of the institution every day. But I think there is a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done, and I think we all need to pull in the same direction. And I have every confidence that my colleague can serve in that capacity. So although I really appreciate that, I would be very comfortable supporting my colleague.
Thank you, Regent Jackson. Are there any further comments? All right. As Regent Hamilton is unopposed, he is now Vice Chair of the KCTCS Board of Regents.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So that leaves our last executive office, and that is Secretary of the KCTCS Board of Regents. The floor is now open for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Brianna Witten and explain my nomination.
Yes, please.
Sorry, caught me with my mouth full. So one of the things I've really appreciated about Brianna over the last couple of years and working with her on this board, and even before she was on this board, is that she, like me, gets into the details of the board book, the budget, understanding. She is a beast with data. And so I love that about her. But I also appreciate her passion for what she does and the students that she serves. Feel like she served this board equally well. And one of the things I think really worked with our last executive group was that James Lee had the western side of the state covered. Barry had the central part of the state covered and southeastern part of the state covered. And I kind of had that little northeast region. And I felt like we always had that variety of perspective. And so we're going down that path again. Barry will have the central and the east, and Keith will represent, I'm sure, Louisville and all things south and west. And Brianna will be able to bring that central northern Kentucky perspective. So lots of reasons. The best one being that she's fantastic, and KCTCS is lucky to have her, and this board is lucky to have her. So I think she'll make a great secretary, and she's got really pretty handwriting. So when she signs all your little things, it'll be cute.
Are there any further nominations?
And she keeps really good notes.
So the floor is still open. It appears there are no further nominations. The floor is now closed. Would you like to make a statement, Regent Witten?
I'm just grateful and humbled, and I hope to fill just one little inch of the shoes that have come before me. So I once again would like for everybody to take the time. I know, like she says, that she's loved and she's hated, but keep pulling those curtains open, letting the window down, and letting the sunshine in, because we appreciate everything that you've done for this board. Thank you.
All right. In running unopposed, Regent Witten is now Secretary of the KCTCS Board of Regents.
Now it is my honor to have my favorite part of the agenda, Chris, as you know, and until I was the chairman, I could not make this, but so in the future, I'm going to be the first one to say I make a motion, we adjourn. But Chris, I'm going to let you make it today, okay?
Hey, Chris,
Or
before
I have one more.
okay.
We need a 3-minute break, Jimmy Lee. 7 minutes.
3-minute break.
No.
I'm just kidding.
No, I do have one more piece of business. I just want to get it on the record or not, however we want to do it. But I had been approached by the chair and the co-chairs, I should say, of the search committee about staying on the search committee to complete that process for the next president. So I didn't know if we needed that in the record or not in the record, or how that's going to be managed. But I just wanted, in full transparency, if I'm staying, I just need to know that I'm staying. And if I'm not, that's fine too. But I got to be making some plans if I'm not.
Brittany Bogart, the student regent, has also asked the same question as well of me earlier, which I could not provide a solid answer. Now that there is a change in chair, I didn't know if we need to go ahead and address that.
I think it would be better for us just to have the voting members on there. So if you don't mind, I would like to just keep with you guys rolling off the board, just keep the members on. So we will be removing the two of you from the Presidential Search Committee. So,
Not to rock the boat, just have to ask a question because there was precedent mentioned last time about a community presence on that search committee and that had been done in the past. Hannah, can you kind of speak to
And
that? Is that something that?
I do have that covered.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I have just, as we were on break, I asked Aaron Thompson if he would join our Presidential Search Committee as a non-voting member. And he has accepted that position. So, as an advisory capacity.
He will do good.
Sorry. Yeah.
All right.
Chris?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
By consensus.
Thank you all. Hey, for travels.
Look, 110.
Let's go.
Only 10 minutes.